the CSD meeting, CLB meeting, and the SA meeting to order. And I'm going to ask our clerk if she'd take roll at this particular point.
Sure. Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Here.
Mayor Kildee,
Here.
and just let the record reflect Councilmember Tremblay is not here at this time.
Okay, thank you. We do have closed sessions. Counselor, would you please
Yes.
read as to why we need to go into closed session? please?
Certainly. We have a few matters. We're going to go into closed session on existing litigation, the OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon Groundwater Management matter, as well as Camarillo Sanitary District versus the State Water Resources Control Board. In addition, we have one liability claim. We're going into closed session under Section 54956.95. We have one initiation of litigation matter under 54956.9D4. And then we also have one additional matter, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one potential matter. And if there's any reportable action, I'll make that report.
Okay, so with that, we're going to go in closed session, and we will be back around 5. All right, we're going to reconvene the city council meeting, the Camarillo Sanitary District meeting, the Camarillo Library Board meeting, and successor agency. And I'm going to ask the city clerk if you do a roll call, please.
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Here.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Here.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Here.
Mayor Kildee,
Yeah, here.
and it looks like Councilmember Tremblay has not yet arrived.
Okay, so now we're going to do the flag salute. I'm going to ask Councilmember Santangelo to please lead us tonight.
Of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. All right, are there any changes to the agenda? If not, we'll move forward. We're going to get down to the general public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any names for public comments, preferably on non-agendized item tonight?
Yes, I do have people signed up. Currently, it looks like about 14. So I'm going to just give you a little bit of the brief instructions for doing the public comment. What you're going to do is I'm going to call your name, and you're going to make your way up to this public podium right here. You'll have 3 minutes. You'll see your image up in the screen, and up in the corner, you'll see like a little timer counting down in 3 minutes. And when your 3 minutes are up, the microphone will just go mute. And what I'm going to do also is announce the 2 people that will be after that person, so everybody knows who's coming up next, and you can be ready. Is there anything else you wanted to add?
No, I'm just going to let everybody for the full 3-minute allotment tonight.
Okay.
You can proceed, City Clerk.
Okay. Our first speaker is Blanca.
Hello. I want to begin by acknowledging that I know you cannot change federal law. I know who to call, and yes, I have called them. But I also know the role of local leadership matters. There's a quote I read recently that stayed with me. Someone once asked a man if he really believed protesting outside the White House every single night would change anything. He replied, "I don't do it so that things change. I do it so that they don't change me." Since June, I've been coming to these city council meetings, and I'll be honest, I was disheartened. Watching other cities pass meaningful policies, join lawsuits, dedicate funds, while my own city stood still. I no longer come here expecting you to act. I come here to be on the record, so that when history looks back on this time, no one can say they didn't know what was happening in their community. Mayor Kildee, you said, and I quote, "Our officers do not and will not participate in any federal immigration enforcement operations." Yet, at a recent PSREAG meeting, when Freihoff was asked if he would follow Oxnard and Ventura PD's lead by prohibiting ICE from staging in their parking lots, he said no. He said ICE can continue to use his parking lot to stage. He even called it a, quote, safe place for them. This is collaboration that is working and participating with ICE, and it does erode community trust. As a city that contracts with the sheriff's department, you do have leverage. You can demand better, you can reconsider your contract, or you could do nothing, and that too will become part of your record. I also wanted to add to the record that recently the Supreme Court has now given permission to racially profile. Now, based on the color of someone's skin, the language they speak, or the job they work at, it is now considered probable cause to detain them. That should concern all of us. Based on my probable cause chart here, most of you won't be directly impacted by this, but most of your community will be. And that should give you reason to act. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and our next speaker will be Martha Trulock. After Martha will be Sarah Welzetsky and Claudia G.
So where's that 3-minute clock? Is it?
I like the old one better. I've been doing a lot of thinking since last week. And one of the things I've been thinking about is words that sow hate and division. I've been doing just a skim of a couple of Facebook pages. And here are some words I found on those pages. Kidnap, unjust detentions, community member brutalized, raids, sweeps, resist, smash fascism, terror, people were taken, no secret police act, no vigilantes act, stay alert, avoid the zone. Our people. All of these words sow division. They do not solve a thing. It also does not refer to legal police protection. I hate these words. They take advantage of people who lack information. Take those words for what you want. In conclusion, in thinking about this, I think it's a good thing for our city council to remember to leave their biases at the chamber door. Because there's a lot of political pressure going on right now in our small town that I know we have free speech and it can be done, but I pray for the day when we have our city back and we handle city business. I thank you all for being here and thank you for your time, and I found the clock. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I'm sorry, I have to trick around.
Okay, then Sarah, and then after Sarah is Claudia G., and after Claudia will be Denai Lassen.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee, City Council, City staff. My name is Sarah Wilczewski, and I am here as part of 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network and 805 and DocuFund. There is no government support, so all the help they receive comes from nonprofit organizations and families. This puts children at risk. This is a direct quote from Councilmember Dr. Martinez Bravo. And in Camarillo, she is correct. There is no support. 805 and DocuFund has raised over $500,000 for our emergency assistance fund, all of which is allocated to the 600 families we are currently working with who have been directly impacted by family separation. We have hired 2 full-time organizers dedicated to helping those impacted get through this crisis and spent $45,000 sending text alert to our 32,000 subscribers. This does not include the countless volunteer hours put in by myself and over 500 other amazing volunteers. The only government support from the Tri-County region that we have received is $45,000 from the city of Goleta. We are out here every day observing ICE as they make our friends and neighbors disappear. And we are helping the families impacted by their terroristic practices. We are arranging food deliveries, getting shoes to families too afraid to leave their homes. We are writing checks so those left behind can continue to pay rent and buy necessities. We are comforting those left behind when families are torn apart. We are helping those detained get in contact with legal aid. We are doing all of this with no support from you. While other cities have taken action, you hemmed and hawed, saying you want to help, but you don't know how. Well, we've been here week in and week out asking for specific, actionable items that you can do. Just putting us on the agenda, we've asked. And now that you've taken action, this is just a tiny bit of what is needed to address one small need of those impacted. You have Camarillo residents getting detained in your parking lot, and still you sit there hemming and hawing. You have the ability to help. Mayor Kildee, when Councilmember Santangelo proposed some action to help the community, you tied so many strings that it became a tangled knot. Councilwoman Martinez Bravo, you say the local government isn't doing anything to help. Well, you sit on that dais too. Take action.
I'm sorry, I don't want to be fair to everybody with the 3 minutes, so I apologize, but I've got to treat everybody fairly.
Claudia? And then after Claudia will be Denai?
Good evening. My name is Claudia. This is the 5th time that I'm speaking here. Last time I spoke in Spanish, and not one of you paused or asked for a translator. That shows me exactly how much you care about what I have to say. You don't. I volunteer with 805 Immigrant Coalition, and not a single one of you reached out. And even worse, the Spanish speakers on this council didn't stop me so your colleagues could understand me. Las que hablan español no me pararon para que sus compañeros me pudieran entender. That silence speaks volumes. Previously, I told you that we asked for crumbs and still get nothing. And now suddenly there's an item addressing something that we didn't even ask for. But congratulations on doing something. We've come over and over with real concerns, real stories, and real solutions, and you continue to do whatever you want. So here we are again. And just like I said last time, I will keep showing up until I can't anymore. The cherry on top is that people from the community email you and never hear back. You want engagement, but you ignore us when we engage. I also mentioned that I work 2 jobs while volunteering, and that isn't what exhausts me. What wears me down is coming here and saying the same thing again and again with no change. Meanwhile, the small business owner where I work part-time feels the impact of your inactions. You'll hear her story later. Business drops quickly when someone gets picked up, kidnapped, and fear spreads among the community, because those aren't just words like someone shared that are triggering her. Those are the reality of what's happening. We've been telling you what we need and you choose not to listen, but keep doing what you want. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, now it's Denai's turn, and after her will be Jana Watts and Maria Costa.
Thank you. My name is Danae Lassen. I'm a longtime resident of Camarillo. My in-laws and grandparents have been here since there was only one stoplight. I am passionate about the success of this and safety of this city, and I'm aware of the difference between the local and the federal jurisdiction. As a volunteer of 805 Immigrant Coalition, I am also well aware of what is needed. We've asked you to ensure proper training with Ventura County Sheriff Office on SB 54, and you won't. We've asked you to review your contract with VCSO. You won't. We've asked you to join the ACLU lawsuit. You wouldn't. We asked you to support Supervisor Lopez's proposal to the Board of Supervisors. You wouldn't. We've asked you to hold a Know Your Rights Council like Moore Park City Council. You won't. We've asked you to provide funds to VCCF. You won't. We've provided you with examples of what neighboring cities and this council are doing. You're not doing any of them. You asked us to come to you with tangible action items and not federal immigration reform requests. For 3 straight months, every 2 weeks, we have been here with local government level solutions. Your response to our first meeting was immediately going into discussing immigration reform being out of your hands. Your response to the next meeting was to invalidate our experiences at Glass House and the danger that ICE has been on our streets because you haven't seen it yourself. Your response to the next meeting was that you need to review Supervisor Lopez's ask, and by the following meeting, it was clear that you still hadn't. Your response to the last meeting, when we presented a fund for immigrants, turned into a fly-by-the-seat-of-your-pants proposal that didn't even address anything we presented or discussed. This disorganization and lack of follow-through is alarming as a constituent and taxpayer. The people in Orange are doing more for our community out on the streets every day. We are more in tune with the needs of our community members, and we are more aware of what is happening to the families around here than you. You did not know someone was taken at 5:30 in the morning in your own parking lot until you were called 12 hours later telling you the glass was still sitting in the parking spot. This disconnection should be alarming. And while we appreciate that you listen to us every time, and we genuinely appreciate that we still get our 3 minutes every single time, we need to know that you are hearing us and that you care about us, because we care. That's why we are here every single time. Please Please do better. Please. Thank you.
Okay, Gina Watts, and then after Gina, it's Maria Costa, and then after that's Joseph Dubzinski.
Good evening. My name is Jana Watts, and I am here to ask for a separation between our sheriff and ICE. I am a mother, I am a neighbor, and a human being who does not feel safe in California. And I think that everyone in this room loves California. My son was 13 years old the first time that he was grabbed violently and thrown on the ground by someone he should have been able to view as a peace officer. He wanted to grow up and be a peace officer, and many experiences since have changed him. It has changed me. I know that all of this changes all of us, and I don't feel safe. I am a privileged white woman, and I drive around with this level of anxiety that is not safe. It's not safe for any of us to be maneuvering vehicles when we have worries that are inhumane. And I do expect change because I'm speaking to hearts that can open. And I believe in every single one of you. I believe in our growth. I believe in our ability to adapt and evolve. And I never wanted to be one of the people who chants, all cops are bad. I have resisted that with every cell in my body because I believe in peace. It has become increasingly difficult to convince people who I love that the only way to keep our warriors safe, our peace officers safe, is to keep our children safe, and for them to see they can't differentiate who's ICE, who's a peace officer, who's a sheriff. They see people that they ought to be able to respect enacting violence in their homes, in their communities, and we all deserve to feel safe. So I hope that you can use your feelings of safety to help others.
Thank you.
Okay, so next is Maria's, and then after Maria's Joseph, and after that's Charlotte Craven.
Good evening. I'm here to say no again to Defund the Police 2025 edition. And I would actually, again, ask that this city council perhaps publish something and reinforce the support of law enforcement at all levels. Law enforcement, whether it be federal, state, local, your building inspectors that you expect to enforce your ordinances, are all law enforcement. And the rhetoric that keeps rising and the violence that is coming as a result of that rhetoric is very dangerous to the very people who raise their right hand, take an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the state of California and the United States of America. The disrespect being shown towards law enforcement concerns me greatly because it's dangerous. We just saw another shooting in Dallas this morning, but they didn't hit ICE, did they? They hit their detainees. So this rhetoric has got to stop, and it has to stop coming from elected officials. And elected officials need to take a stand and make sure that it's very clear that we support our law enforcement, whatever level it is. Those laws are on the books. Congress, both parties have had control, total control of all three branches of the federal government. The immigration laws have not changed. The laws that are on the books are expected to be enforced, whether they're your ordinances, the state's laws, or Congress's laws. And I really think that we're doing a disservice to our communities as a whole by allowing this rhetoric to take root and the violence that's coming from it. There is colossal misunderstanding about what it means to serve a search warrant. And when law enforcement at whatever level of government is serving a search warrant, they should not be met with a riotous mob. This is happening because of irresponsible rhetoric, and it needs to stop. And the only ones who have the platform to stop it are folks such as yourself who are elected and have a platform to reach a lot of people. So that is what I wanted to say for you for general comment. We weren't really allowed to say this in 2020 when defund the police first came around because it overlapped with COVID and governments shut down. But I will not sit by this time and allow our law enforcement officers to be tarnished in this way because it's inappropriate. We expect them to be there when we call 911. We expect them to be able to get criminals off the street. That's what we expect, and that's what you expect as a law enforcement body. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person is Joseph. After Joseph's going to be Charlotte Craven, and after Charlotte Craven will it be Amy Dubskinski.
Hi, my name is Joseph Dubzinski Jr. I'm a resident of Camarillo. On Tuesday, September 16th, about 5:30 in the morning, a man was on his way to get his children ready for school after dropping off their mother. 3 ICE vehicles surrounded his car at the corner of Carmen and Paseo Camarillo. He was terrified. But as Mayor Kildee says, that's just how it is. This man stayed within his car and did not disclose his immigration status. The ICE agents violated his constitutional rights and busted his driver's side window open, dragged him from the car, and loaded him into a raid vehicle. The vehicle and the broken glass were left in the City Hall parking lot with a paper to file claims for damages. But that's just how it is. The man who had no way to contact his family, his children had no idea where he was. The man was transported through Camarillo streets to 321 Cortez Circle, where the raid vehicle used their PA system to give me a sarcastic good morning, which they do whenever they bring someone into the facility. But that's just how it is. His partner was finally notified, and she got a ride to find the car left unattended, went home to make sure their children were okay, then came over to Cortez Circle to get answers. The officers at the door provided no help. Her calls went unanswered. But that's just how it is. When she was able to speak to him again, she found out that he was given the choice of either self-deporting or spending weeks in Adelanto waiting to meet with a lawyer and to have a hearing in violation of his rights to due process. And he chose to self-deport because at least he could work in Tijuana rather than sit uncompensated in terrible conditions. They weren't going to be able to make rent or pay bills otherwise. But I guess that's just how it is. But it's not. Ventura passed the CARE policy earlier this year to protect reproductive rights, immigrant populations, and the LGBTQ plus community after these groups were attacked by the current administration. Camarillo did nothing. Oxnard voted to file amicus briefs in support of Padormo versus Noam to stop the racial profiling and violations of due process by ICE agents. Camarillo has done nothing. Santa Paula voted to put together an immigration committee to discuss what can be done as a city with organizations that are actively assisting the migrant and immigrant populations. Camarillo has done nothing. Thousand Oaks voted to give funds to the Ventura County Community Fund on their consent agenda specifically for immigration relief. Camarillo has done nothing. Yet, Goleta, Carpinteria, and the city and county of Santa Barbara all offered funds to assist immigrant communities and to provide legal aid. Camarillo has done nothing. If that's just the way it is because you have chosen to do nothing. Do something, do better.
Thank you.
Okay, after Charlotte will be Amy Dubzinski and David Gilbertson.
I'm Charlotte Craven, and I'm here to talk about electricity and how it just is about the same as it would be in a third world country here in the electricity here in Camarillo. This has been a pet peeve of mine for years and years and years, but I know there's a Edison person going to be talking later, so I came to hear what that person had to say. I also wanted to give you a little bit of history.
At one time, I complained that my power must have been out about once a week for a whole year, on the average. At the next meeting, an Edison person came and said it couldn't possibly be. So the city manager at the time asked her to come back and tell us exactly how often it had been off. And she came back a couple weeks later and said, oh, Mrs. Craven was wrong. Her power wasn't out 52 times in 52 weeks. It was only out 48 times in 52 weeks, and I rested my case. That was about 10 years before, well, right after that, they decided all of the, whatever elbows are, the elbows had to be replaced in quite a bit of my part of town, north of Las Posas Road, and they did. After that, we had a 3-day power outage, and they solved that by putting a great big extension cord across Via Tomas and brought us electricity, and a couple weeks after that, they repaired it well. Another time I remember the power kept going out in the area of Ponderosa, Arneal, Pickwick. There are a lot of businesses there that lost a lot of business while all the power went out. And they told us that the reason was because the backbone, the spine that was originally laid was inadequate. They hadn't planned on this many businesses or this many residences in the city. So we tore up Ponderosa, and Edison put in all new backbone or spine. There was a radio company that operated 17 radio stations out of a storefront on Arneal, and they had a real problem. We heard from them a lot. I haven't heard much from the business community, and I don't hear anything now. But I wanted you to know this has been a long-term continuing problem in Camarillo. My power has been out now 4 times in the last 5 weeks. Can't explain why, and neither can Edison, except, oh, something got in the way of a piece of wire. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's going to be Amy Dobzinski, David Gilbertson's after Amy, and then Shannon Anderson.
Good evening. My name is Amy Dobzinski, and I'm here this evening as a volunteer on behalf of 805 Immigrant Coalition. Tonight, I'd like to inform you about the Marker Project. The Marker Project provides awareness for people who do not yet realize that their neighbors have been taken by ICE, often violently and without warrant, without probable cause, and without due process. All people equally deserve due process. The large butterflies show that our neighbor is missing, representing a family's grief and anguish for their loved one. Our individual and collective anxiety levels rise with the uncertainty of not knowing if neighbors and family members are safe. How are any of us safe when ICE is recklessly raiding our city? We want to live in a free and fair society where we belong securely together, a place that we can trust that each of us will be treated with the same measure of humanity. In bright colors, love and kindness glow and glimmer, reminding us of the joy this person from our own neighborhood. Hope reflects for family and neighbors in knowing the larger community cares. Knowing there is help available gives us some comfort and direction. Collectively, peacefully, with equal dignity and respect for all people, we strive to bring awareness, prevention, and reunification when this abusive harm is done to our neighbors and to us. We will be leaving this near the parking lot where our neighbor was taken last week. There are additional markers like this around Ventura County and will continue popping up as more of our neighbors are unfortunately taken. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so the next person is David Gilbertson, and after David is Shannon Anderson and Tim McDonald.
Good evening. My name's David Gilbertson. I'm a resident in Camarillo. Mayor Kildee and city council members, thank you for your public service, as well as the staff who always assist you. I was thinking about, earlier we made the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag, and about what it means to talk about liberty and justice for all. And are we living out that pledge? You probably didn't ask for what's happened, but here it is. It landed here, and now you're ground zero around immigration and ICE enforcement and local law enforcement. Federal ICE activity in Camarillo is not helping to keep our community safer. A man lost his life. A family lost a loved one. And our community lost a neighbor. ICE actions are making the public safety mission of our city's police more difficult. Prior to moving to Camarillo, I worked with the city of Seattle. I know from my experience working very closely with Seattle police officers and community advocates, many of whom are here tonight, how critical it is to have a trusting relationship with police officers and the community to ensure public safety needs of all are a priority. I quote from a recent guest column in the VC Star written by the City of Ventura Chief of Police. Transparency and collaboration are essential to effective policing. Ongoing community connection is foundational to maintaining the trust that it makes true public safety possible. It may not seem fair to link our county sheriff's officers to ICE actions, but the ICE field office is headquartered here in Camarillo. Perception becomes reality simply by close proximity. Once this trust is broken, it is very difficult to restore. I sincerely hope our Ventura County Sheriff's Office is fully transparent in their relationship with ICE and is not using our police resources to support ICE operations in Camarillo as well as Ventura County. As the Ventura County Sheriff's 7 pillar site, trust is at the core of the collective success at making and keeping communities safe. You're talking about a discussion item later this evening, and I'll revisit that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so it's Shannon's turn, and then after Shannon will be Tim McDonald and Ronald Arujo.
Good evening. My name is Shannon Anderson, and I'm a Ventura County resident, here to read a letter from a local business person who is working this evening and unable to read the letter herself. It goes, "My name is Brianna, and I am writing to you as a lifelong resident of this community and a small business owner deeply invested in the future of our town. I hope that my perspective, shared by many others like me, will be heard and taken seriously. I am 23 years old and have lived on the same street in Camarillo near the community center my entire life. I graduated with a degree in business administration from CSU Channel Islands, class of 2024, and I've since opened 2 businesses of my own here in town. A bakery, Panaderia Luceros, that's been operating for a year and a half, and more recently, a small restaurant called Anteojos Luceros that just opened last month. At first, my bakery was supported by a loyal customer base, mostly immigrants, construction workers, and hardworking families, many of whom would come in 3-4 times a week. Over time, we began attracting more local residents and even regulars who drove by from nearby cities like Oxnard because they loved what we offered. Recently, I've seen a dramatic shift. As soon as certain events take place in the community, such as the glass house raids or local kidnappings, trust erodes and foot traffic drops off, sometimes overnight. The most recent example happened just this month. Immediately after the TRO was lifted, we saw a huge decline in business. These kinds of setbacks are becoming a cycle. The community starts to rebuild trust, then something ICE-related happens, and we start all over again. Despite the challenges, we've continued to give back wherever we can. We donate to local schools, support friends of field workers, and contribute to community initiatives in any way possible. But it's getting harder. It's difficult to support the community without support from local leadership. We simply can't keep giving back like this, not when the foundation keeps being shaken as hard as we try. As a small business owner, I've had to push harder than ever before just to maintain visibility, spending significantly more on marketing and outreach. It's frustrating because early on, we relied mostly on word of mouth, which is how true community support should work. Now, it feels like I'm constantly working against fear, instability, and a loss of trust that's completely out of my control. I love this community, and I've poured everything I have into making it better through food, service, and creating safe spaces for people to gather. But I can't keep doing this alone. We need leadership that will address the root cause of the local problem, restore public confidence, and create an environment where small business.
Thank you for your comments.
Please do something.
Thank you. I'm sorry again. I'm trying to be fair to everyone here. The goal is not to cut anybody off, but I do have to hold you to 3 minutes. Proceed, please.
Okay, so after Tim McDonald will be Ronald Arujo and Anita V.
Okay, don't cut me off yet. All right. A lot of people are talking about the ICE raids and the immigration things, and I hope you're all realize that that's what most of these people care about right now. Our community. I've lived in Camarillo for a long time. I'm on the police chief's board in Oxnard. I run a nonprofit for homeless people in Oxnard, and those people are scared. A lot of my clients are Mexican, and you don't even have to be Mexican. You just have to have brown skin, and you're in danger of being picked up, sent off to who knows where. Well, my wife is Mexican. She is naturalized, but when I hear stories of people getting picked up, they get sent off, I'm scared. I'm scared for my wife. She's gonna end up in some prison out in who knows where. I don't know how to get her back. So it's not just our Mexican community or just our brown people community. It's people who care about people. My kids, they're Mexican American. I worry about them. They look more like me, so they're probably all right. But I just hope with all the comments that you're hearing, you'll take this seriously and do something about this. And these ICE raids, I don't know what you can do. I don't know what, but I hope you guys can figure it out and make this the community I know it can be. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so after Ronald is Anita, and after Anita is Corey Dransfeld.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee, Vice Mayor Tennyson, council members, staff, and the public. My name is Ronald Arwejo, and I'm speaking as one of the board members of the Filipino American Council of Ventura County, inviting you and all residents to the Filipino American Fiesta to be held at the Ventura County Museum next month on Sunday, October 19. Since its inception in 1987, the Council has played a pivotal role in fostering communication among member organizations, serving as a central hub for coordination and representation. Committed to promoting harmony and understanding within the Filipino American community in Ventura County, the Council is dedicated to encouraging active participation in various spheres of community life, including civic, economic, cultural, social, and charitable programs. The Council is the umbrella organization for 13 Filipino American clubs, championing the engagement of member organizations in projects aimed at enhancing the general well-being of the Filipino American community, thereby ensuring its continued growth and prosperity and serving as a cornerstone of identity and representation in Ventura County. The Fiesta is a free event to celebrate culture and community. It will be a vibrant afternoon filled with inspiring speakers, traditional Filipino dance performances, and delicious snacks. Discover the rich history and diverse stories of Filipino Americans through music, art, and conversation. In honor of Filipino American History Month in October, this is the first time that the Museum of Ventura County will host this event to bring the history of the past, for us to learn in the present, and to act positively in the future. The Council of Ventura County invites you to learn more at the fiesta on Sunday, October 19 at the Ventura County Museum. I'll be passing out some handouts of the event to the city clerk to pass along to you all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments.
Okay, after Anita will be Corey and then Peggy Morgan.
For years, I've served this community, both professionally and as a volunteer. I've stood with victims and families during the most difficult moments our communities have faced. The Thomas Fire, Borderline, Woolsey Fire, and most recently at the Mountain Fire Assistance Center. In every crisis, I've had just one question: how can I help? Because in these moments, it doesn't matter what someone's ethnicity, religion, language, legal status, or politics may be. Today, I'm here on behalf of our immigrant community. Why? Because this crisis entails them being indiscriminately targeted, and you are failing them. Whether it was supporting Supervisor Lopez's proposal, donating to the Ventura County Community Foundation Neighborhood Fund, or joining the ACLU lawsuit as the cities of Oxnard and Santa Paula have. Your inaction speaks volumes about your concern for every resident in this city, regardless of citizenship or legal status. I've heard many in this room voice concerns for public safety and requesting this council support some of those initiatives. I listened to some of you say you're uncomfortable taking action or using taxpayer funds to support any part of it. Guess what? Holding an elected position comes with making uncomfortable decisions. Don't ignore these requests to keep your supporters and donors happy. I'm aware of the fact we have a large number of federal, state, and local law enforcement that reside in the city of Camarillo, and you may not want to ruffle any feathers. But you're also overlooking the fact that a good number of those officers are children of immigrants and infected as well. Moving on, before you say take it up with county supervisors, I, along with 2 others, met with Supervisor Gorel last Friday, and he said, take it up with your city council as they receive those funds. So here I am. Undocumented residents are a vital part of our community. They account for 7% of Ventura County's population. According to a study by Cal Lutheran University, in 2019, they paid $378 million in local taxes across Ventura County. Here in Camarillo, that translates to about 5,099 undocumented residents contributing an estimated $14.4 million. This is a reminder that our documented neighbors are not just present, they're actively supporting the city. If you're concerned about using taxpayer funding, then by all means set aside what undocumented workers contribute to the city. Look at it as a reimbursement, an investment. Use some of these contributions to establish an immigrant affairs office in the city of Camarillo to advocate for residents at risk of deportation, basic support needs, and mental health care. I'm willing to bet you'd be more inclined to allocate the amount others have asked for, which is peanuts in comparison. Take the reins and lead. Stop being selective about who you serve in the city. You've had great recommendations from local leaders and community members on how to help. As a council, support the No Vigilantes Act, the No Secret Police Act. Reach out individually to local businesses and ask them to donate to the Ventura County Community Foundation Neighborhood Fund. If this council continues to do nothing, then you may as well change the city's motto from Las personas no son la ciudad to Las personas no les importa la ciudad.
Thank you.
Okay, after Corey will be Peggy Morgan and then Jack Ito, and that's the last person I have signed up.
All right. Hi, my name is Corey Dransfeld. I have lived in Camarillo for 35 years, which I guess is a pretty good portion of my life considering I'm 38 years old. I'm up here wearing what's fast becoming my favorite t-shirt. And I know I wrote you all an email a few weeks back about a speech or a question or presentation Sheriff Freihoff gave to this council, and frankly, listening to him talk was frustrating to hear. He claims to want to build a relationship with this community, but he doesn't seem to understand it, nor does he seem to care about it. He dismissed the raids that happened at the Glass House. He belittled the protesters that were there. He assumed that because it was a federal agency doing what they were doing, that it was legitimate, when it frankly wasn't. You know, he referred to the Ninth Circuit Ninth Circuit Court decision that was restraining ICE without mentioning the fact that the restraint was on them pulling people over based on the color of their skin, the language they were speaking, or the location they were in. You know, this administration frankly doesn't give a shit about arresting criminals. They give a shit about arresting brown people. And it's devastating to our community. You know, it's hard to say that federal action is legitimate when you have a ghoul like Stephen Miller directing it. And God knows that he's got a fucking melt brain and that he's manipulating. But it's all just frustrating to see. I really don't think that Sheriff Fryhoff cares about this community. If he did, he wouldn't be allowing ICE officers to use their lot. You know, if he's going to obey federal law, is he going to obey the state law that prevents these basically gravy seals from wearing masks in the community and terrorizing the community? You know, it's disappointing. It's frustrating. A lot of people have offered you guys practical actions and just like practical course of action to help people in this community, and you've done nothing over and over again. And it's, you know, I mean, I've lived here for so long and I've never felt unsafe until these assholes showed up.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person's Peggy Morgan, and after Peggy Morgan is Jack Ito.
Good evening. Earlier, and thank you all to the City Council and the mayor and the staff. I appreciate that it takes a lot of energy to do what you're doing. And I also appreciate the fact that you stepped up and were elected. So we expect certain things from you, and leadership is one of those. Earlier, the comments were made about the use of words. And we need positive words. Of course we need positive words. I have also heard words thrown around on both sides that are, as they say, dog whistles. Defund the police has never been mentioned by anybody on this side of the committee of the orange people. We have simply asked that the sheriff and his deputies be held accountable for their actions. Because yes, folks, words are important. And you know as well as I do, because I assume that some of you have worked with children and maybe have your own, that actions do speak louder than words. And so, as someone said earlier tonight, inaction speaks more loudly than words. And you guys have been pretty darn good at showing inaction so far. Unless the action was, no, we're not going to do that, or we're going to hold off so long that it's too late to do that. And so I just would like you to stop and contemplate what it is you want for this city, what it is you planned to do for this city when you put yourself in a position of responsibility to the community members. Maybe you don't have very many residents in Camarillo who are undocumented. Maybe they're all in the unincorporated areas. But as has been pointed out, these individuals have spent money in this city. They have put tax dollars into this city. They have done everything they could to make the economy of this area vibrant. And as I have pointed out earlier, most of us have not got the wherewithal, energy-wise, age-wise, commitment-wise, to get out and keep this agricultural area going. And the people who are doing that are the people who are being targeted the most. So if you want to talk about words, and you want to talk about social media posts, and you want to hold local people accountable for them, I think you, once again, have to stop and say, when you hear the kinds of things coming from the President of the United States that you hear, and you hear him say that he hates his enemies and he wants them prosecuted, you better start looking at who you're following and think about the words that are being thrown out there that really are causing the problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Jack Ito.
Hello, Council. My name is Jack Ito. You all have met me before. I've been here a few times. Originally, I was going to keep it short and sweet in support of item S, but hearing everybody speak tonight made me feel like I needed to do a little more. So I want you guys to do more. We've said it all night. We've said it repeatedly for months. I'm running out of words. What does this city stand for? Over there on that sign it says, Las personas son la ciudad. Everybody in the city are the people. Or do we not actually believe that? Or only some citizens the people of the city? Now, because I didn't write this out, sorry, it's a little broken up. Anyway, so do we respect Adolfo Camarillo's wishes, this motto of Camarillo? Or does this city want to emulate his contemporary, the other far more famous Adolf? It seems very, what's the word? Appropriate that the ICE office in Camarillo is located on a street named for a bloodthirsty conqueror who conquered the Americas, just next to the street named Adolfo, which, well, while it's named for our founder, someone, if you just take off that O, it sort of respects that other Adolf that we don't want to talk about and we don't want to emulate at all. Anyway, sorry my thoughts are a little jumbled. I hope this sort of broke you out of your little stupor, because I see some of you occasionally napping during these, rubbing their eyes with little sleepiness. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one additional signer that is signed up just now, and that's Bev Dransville.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and council members. This is the first time that I come up here and I don't have something prepared. But I do come up here because I do want to have solutions, right? I know so many of us, we've brought them time and time again. And last time when I was speaking, I had mentioned that I spoke with Mayor Chavez about what they're doing and how they established a committee, and hoping that that's at least one small step that the council can take. I know we have item S tonight that will be discussed, and I hope that that passes, but I will speak on that later. At the last Oxnard City Council meeting, a few of the council members brought forth some really amazing ideas, one of them being Councilmember Basua, where she was talking about having a memorandum of understanding with the County of Ventura to be able to help fund a position with the Public Defender's Office, focusing on immigration and offering support to the community. Councilmember Perez brought forth looking into the various pieces of legislation that the audience had come forth to have them look into. And Mayor MacArthur, I had proposed to him to reach out, Mayor Kildee, to you to discuss and to potentially form a coalition with the rest of Ventura County mayors to address these local issues. To really, I'm kind of surprised, honestly, that something doesn't already exist in terms of having all the mayors unite, just to work through this. I know not everyone will agree, but each city is unique and we're all facing these issues. So really trying to have everyone come together on these fronts. I think the other possibility of looking at Newsom v. Trump and just being creative. That night for Oxnard City Council, people walked away feeling heard because everything that the council members said was what people had said to them. Let's look into this. And I think that's what the audience is missing, is they really don't feel heard. And another part of that is when people are sending emails, they're not getting replies from anyone. Councilmember Martinez Bravo, I appreciate your reply. I sent you all an email on Monday just for 20 seconds to look at the video of the federal agent pointing a gun at me. Because that's all it takes, just to prove that I was in my car taking shelter not on the front lines, not yelling at anyone, just there to bear witness. And even I was targeted. So I just hope you take the time and start to reply to some of these folks, because they're really hurting, especially with someone being taken here in this parking lot on September 16th, who it creates so much unsafety for people to even want to come here.
Thank you.
And I don't have any more names on the list.
Anyone else? All right, so that's going to get us down to council staff and intergovernmental reports, and we'll start with council comments and meetings attended and other things. Who would like to start tonight? I think you want to start
Sure.
tonight on that? Okay.
Sure, Mayor, I can start. Let's see, September 15th, excuse me here. September 15th, I attended the Mobile Home Land Rent Ad Hoc Committee with Councilmember Santangelo. September 17th, I joined city staff and my fellow council members at the Santa Barbara Courthouse for our water rights litigation. You can find more information through our newsletter and online. It's a very important task that we are taking there to protect our desalter and water rights. September 17th, I attended the volunteer recognition dinner. And I would like to personally thank all of our volunteers who give hundreds of hours to make this city who it is. I appreciate every single one of you. Thank you so much. September 18th, I attended the CSUCI Site Authority Financial Audit Meeting. And Saturday, September 20th, I was joined by my daughter to participate in the coastal cleanup treasure hunt, where we collected over 50 pounds of trash at the Calleguas Creek bottom. Thank you to all of our youth and all of our volunteers who participated to make our community a cleaner and a better place to live, work, and play. September 21st, I was invited to be the keynote speaker at the annual kickoff event for AAUW Camarillo. The mission of AAUW is to advance gender equity for women and girls through research, education, and advocacy. Locally, AAUW runs their Women in History program, and I've participated in it since my son was in kindergarten, and he's now a senior in high school. So I absolutely love that program, and I'm so appreciative of all the women who take part of that as well. And thank you to all the members from that organization who also went on to collect items for families and farm workers in need. Let's see here, September 22nd, I attended the investment committee meeting, and we received an in-depth report there as well. September 22nd, I attended the CSUCI Site Authority meeting, and that one was scheduled at 6 p.m. to provide an opportunity for residents who are working to attend. So that was a bit of a shift there. And then September 23rd, yesterday, I know was the beginning of Rosh Hashanah, and it's a 2-day Jewish holiday commemorating the Jewish New Year. Jewish people reflect on this past year, ask for forgiveness, and for a sweet and good year ahead. So it sounds like a beautiful tradition whose message I think we can all benefit from. Shana Tova to all who celebrate. And today, if I may, Council, I would like to ask that we adjourn in honor of Mr. James Mather. If we can get his, thank you. And thank you to his family, his wife, and friends who are here and who have been very patient waiting for this. Since you're here now, I will go ahead and go over this, Mayor. James Mather was born on February 26th, 1923 in Caddo, Texas, where his father worked in the oil fields. Jim had no memory of his father from an early age, suggesting that his parents separated when he was just a toddler. Raised in El Dorado, Kansas, by his single mother alongside 3 older siblings, Jim grew up during lean times that shaped his resilience and character. After graduating high school, Jim hitchhiked to Wichita, Kansas to enlist in the Navy. During World War II, he became a naval aviator through the Navy V-5 program, flying the F-6F Hellcat in training for carrier landings on the Great Lakes. He served with distinction and remained in the Naval Reserves until the mid-1950s, honorably discharged with the rank of full lieutenant. While stationed at Grosse Isle Naval Base in Michigan, Jim met Dottie. After a brief courtship, they eloped and were married on November 24, 1945. Following the war, Jim pursued his artistic talent by studying commercial art at the Detroit Society of Arts and Crafts. When Jim and Dottie learned they were expecting their first child, they moved to Colorado Springs, Colorado, a picturesque town of about 30,000 people that Jim had once visited and envisioned the ideal place to raise a family. In 1947, Jim began working for the Alexander Film Company, where his artistic gifts were deeply appreciated. He also worked as a chauffeur for the exclusive Broadmoor Hotel, driving visiting Hollywood celebrities around town in a sleek black Cadillac limousine. After nearly a decade in film, Jim transitioned into leadership and personal development. He began teaching the Dale Carnegie course, the Dorothy Carnegie course, and eventually founded the Leadership Training Institute. For over 6 years, he traveled throughout southwestern Colorado, equipping professionals with skills in communication and leadership. In 1961, Jim joined a business called Partake, where he served as a franchise consultant, helping companies bring their ideas and inventions to market. Drawing on his experience and passion for entrepreneurship and recognizing the need for a quality, family-friendly restaurant, Jim launched Mr. Steak franchise in 1962. Mr. Steak grew to more than 285 restaurants across the United States and Canada at its peak, requiring more than 1.8 million head of cattle annually to support select cuts of beef. As founder and CEO, Jim led the company until his retirement in 1986. Under his guidance, Mr. Steak became a national success known for quality and hospitality. Jim was widely respected for his integrity, insight, and values. He served on the board of trustees at colleges and universities, received numerous honors, and was even invited to Ronald Reagan's home, serving as a surrogate speaker for the president in Colorado. He was an active member of the Council for National Policy and held deep love for his country. Yet, beyond all his professional accomplishments, Jim would say that the most important decision of his life was coming to know Jesus Christ as his personal Lord and Savior. Jim and his family were active members of the First Methodist Church in Colorado Springs. He served on the visitation committee, taught adult Sunday school, and ushered in the balcony. Jim lived with a clear and unwavering mission to honor God in all he did. His life motto was God first, family second, and business third. Whether on an airplane, in a restaurant, or in the office, Jim shared the gospel with those he met. He openly dedicated Mr. Steak to God, creating any success to him alone. In 1962, the family moved to Littleton, Colorado, a Denver suburb with greater business opportunities. The early years of building a business brought many challenges, but Jim learned on his faith to find wisdom and strength. These lessons became the foundation for both his family and professional life. Though Jim described himself as an introvert, those who knew him would say otherwise. No one remained a stranger for long. Whether it was a dishwasher, a manager, or someone waiting in line, Jim gave people his time and attention. He treated everyone as valuable in the eyes of God, After retiring Mr. Stake, Jim and Dottie continued the ministry through home Bible studies and early morning groups. They gave generously to the lives of service and stewardship. Jim and Dottie were married from 1945 until Dottie's passing from pancreatic cancer in 1992, just shy of their 47th wedding anniversary. Following Dottie's passing, Jim remained active in global missions. He attended a discipleship training school in Hawaii and traveled to Russia to share the gospel. It was during that mission that he met Linda Lopez, a fellow missionary. Though he was 72, Jim fell in love again. And after much prayer, especially on Linda's part due to the age difference, they were married in Denver on July 12, 1995. Throughout their marriage, Jim and Linda remained deeply involved in ministry. Jim Mather was a loving son, faithful husband, twice blessed, devoted father, generous friend, and an encourager to all who knew him. His legacy of faith, integrity, and kindness leaves a lasting impression on generations. Jim passed away on May 14th, 2025, at the age of 102. He is survived by his wife, Linda, 2 of his 3 children, their spouses, and several beloved grandchildren. The brief overview of Jim's life only begins to capture the depth and impact of the man that he was. He lived fully, loved deeply, and walked humbly with his God. Thank you, Linda, to his family and friends who are here today to honor him. It is an honor for the city of Camarillo to adjourn in the memory of Mr. James Mather today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anything else? Who'd like to go next? Susan, you want to?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. September 11th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting. September 15th in the morning, I attended via Zoom the Mobile Home Rent Stabilization Ad Hoc Committee, and in the afternoon, the Healthy Camarillo Ad Hoc Committee. On September 18th, I attended CPA Executive Committee. On September 20th, I attended the Fed Up Food Share fundraiser. It was a really great event, and they raised enough money to provide 1 million meals. September 24th, earlier today, I attended the CPA Finance Committee, and that's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Tremblay?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. As far, just for the record, I arrived at 5:07 this evening. I was late because I was attending a meeting of the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Authority, on which I'm on the board of directors, and they had a lengthy, very lengthy appeal that went until late this afternoon. On September 11th, I attended the Airport Authority meeting with Councilmember Santangelo. On September 15th, the Healthy Camarillo Ad Hoc Committee with Councilmember Santangelo, pattern here. On September 16th, a meeting for Metrolink relative to the LA 28 Olympics. On September 17th, I observed or attended trial with the OPV groundwater adjudication that's occurring in Santa Barbara Superior Court. And that night we had a volunteer recognition dinner, and I echo Councilmember Martinez-Bravo's praise for all of our volunteers. And thank you to our staff for arranging it. On September 18th, meeting with Metrolink's, routine meeting with Metrolink's internal auditor. On September 19th, the PVRPD Needs Assessment Committee with the mayor. Today, starting early this morning, again, attending trial in Santa Barbara for the Oxnard Pleasant Valley groundwater adjudication matter, and then all afternoon with the Fox Canyon Groundwater Management Authority. That's it for me.
Vice Mayor Tennyson, tonight?
Thank you, Mayor. On September 11th in the morning, I attended the RDP meeting. September 11th in the afternoon, VCOG met at Moore Park City Council chambers. September 17th, I also attended the volunteer recognition dinner along with the rest of council. On September 18th, I attended the VCOG admin committee meeting. think I missed one here. On September 17th, I attended the Constitution Day celebration at Constitution Park with the Canal Valley chapter of the Daughters of the American Revolution. On the 20th, I also attended the 4th Annual Food Share Shindig. It was a good evening, and they raised a lot of money. And I believe that's it, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Wednesday, September 17th, I attended the Santa Barbara Courthouse OPV trial. Later on that day, I attended our volunteer dinner, and I'm proud to say continuously Camarillo per capita has more volunteers than any other city in the county, and we as a council and citizenship cannot thank them enough for what they do for our city. Monday, September 22nd, I attended the investment committee as well. And Wednesday, today, September 24th, I also attended the Santa Barbara Courthouse OPV trial. And I'm honored and privileged to, along with my colleagues, to adjourn in the memory of Lieutenant James Mather, 102 years old. All I can say is wow. So with that, we next are going to talk about the library activity update, and I think Mandy is here tonight. Mandy? Okay.
Good evening, Mayor Kevin Kildee and Library of Trustees. I am proud to announce that the Camarillo Library Association's 2025 PR Excellence Awards Committee awarded Camarillo Public Library for its media entry titled Looking for a Book in Fiction for the second year in a row. The PR Excellence Awards honors the highest quality efforts of California libraries in promoting and communicating their messages to customers. The awards committee is made up of library professionals throughout the California. Entries were assessed according to visual appeal, relevance to the target audience, clarity of brand and identity, creativity, and overall impression. Can you, next slide, please. Camarillo Public Library's marketing coordinator, Cheyenne Walker, who is here, highlighted a common predicament, the quest for that one book someone vaguely remembers from years ago. And using the I'm looking for a man in finance trend that was exploding in social media platforms at the time, Walker remixed the lyrics to showcase librarians as miracle workers. The video reached 7,000 Instagram accounts, generating 320 interactions through likes, shares, comments, and saves. And with over 10,000 views and counting, it has accumulated to over 1 day, 1 hour, and 22 minutes. After posting the reel on Instagram, the library immediately gained 54 new followers, further broadening our reach and achieving our objective of attracting fresh eyes to our social media account. And without further ado, let me play the winning video.
Hi, how can I help you? So, I'm looking for a book in fiction. Blue cover, gold lettering, dragon best friend. Fiction, blue cover, gold lettering, dragon best friend. Fiction, blue cover, gold lettering, dragon best friend.
Who do you think we are, miracle workers?
Oh my gosh, that's it! You found it! Oh, librarians are the best!
Thank you for your comments. So staff will be recognized at the California Library Association Annual Conference Gala on Friday, October 24th, along with other winners. And in other good news, Camarillo Public Library was recently chosen as a 2025 Awesome in Autism awardee for Community Partner of the Year by Autism Society Ventura County. The library was recognized for its contributions and efforts in making Ventura County an awesome place for those with autism due to our autistic and sensory-based programs. The library will attend the Autism Awards ceremony on Thursday, October 16th in Simi Valley. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to address any questions.
Thank you, Mandy. Anybody have any questions? I just have a comment. Keep up your good work.
Thank you.
We're so proud of this library and the leadership. And I believe we've got, I kind of forget how many library cards, but it is in that thousands. It is unbelievable. So I know there's a lot of work for your staff, but if you can pass on from all of us the great work that they're doing and how proud we are of all of them, I'd appreciate that.
Yeah, happy to.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor.
Anyone else?
Mandy.
Marchita? Mandy, we got one more here.
Mandy, I just wanted to also thank you. I think you and your staff are doing a fantastic job, including all the volunteers who help to support the library and our residents. And I did want to invite our Camarillo residents to this Saturday's Camarillo Reads. The author, Lisa, will be there at the Camarillo Library Community Room from 2 to 3:30. So I'm looking forward to that event.
And me too.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Thanks, Mandy. All right, next we've got an SCC update. Ian Anderson is a Government Relations Manager. Ian?
Council, thank you very much for having me. I'm here today to talk about public safety power shutoffs, but I think a little bit more broadly to also distinguish the different types of outages that impact the community and the way that SCE operates as it relates to those outages. And then I'm going to share some insight into a particular circuit as an example of the way that SCE operates with regard to outage decision-making and the impacts that that has. So first, let me say that Southern California Edison operates on the principle of safe, reliable, and affordable energy. But where those interests conflict, we will err on the side of safety every single time. Oh. My apologies. Let's go next slide. Okay. So acres burned in California. I put this here just as context. In the last 10 years alone, we have seen the most devastating wildfires that California has seen in its history, and that trend is only increasing. That is both in terms of wildfire duration and frequency, but more specifically, it's in terms of devastation. It's in terms of impact. It's in terms of dollars. But I also want to say that it's not just fires. That increased fire weather pattern, does come with increased heat, increased wind speeds, increased conditions that even if a fire is not ignited, do influence the way that Southern California Edison provides utility service. So here are some updates to our PSPS program that we've made, and I'm going to go through these. First, let me just say that we have shifted the way that we're looking at this. We're taking a more conservative approach. When it says in that third bullet, where it says FPI and wind speed criteria refinements, that we can expect a 20 to 40% increase in PSPS activation days. What that is, it's an estimate. It's an estimate based on the worst case scenario. That worst case scenario took place in January of this year. It was the most prolonged, it was the largest PSPS event that Southern California Edison had ever seen. The reason why was because there were multiple fires burning within Southern California Edison's territory at the same time. So our PSPS decision-making was not simply as it related to weather, was not simply as it related to vegetation, or wind speed. It was also a matter of resource allocation. We were looking at where we would be able to disperse crews to repair lines and impact and get service back up to speed if a fire were to start, and we were seeing severe limitations on those resource allocations. So that led to basically a deduction in the FPI score for a number of circuits. FPI stands for Fire, I've got it here, Fire Potential Index. For context, our FPI scoring accounts for a whole number of factors. It goes from 1 to 17, and as an example, Catalina Island is a 17. It's a 17 because it's an island. It's a 17 because there is no ingress or egress. It's a 17 because if a fire started there, short of helicopters and boats, that's how we'd have to get there. When last I checked, I believe Camarillo was at an 11, a 10 or 11. So that just shows you the scale in which we're dealing with. In terms of the HFRA circuits, HFRA stands for High Fire Risk Area. We have increased the circuits that have come into scope. That is because the high fire risk areas have increased. Southern California Edison classifies fire risk areas according to tiers. Tier 3 is the highest fire risk area, then Tier 2, and then no HFRA. So what we did was we took a look at the January conditions as the worst case scenario, and then we backcasted our decision-making data with these new thresholds in mind on that event. And we said, okay, if that event was to occur right now, with the new thresholds, the new more conservative approach that we're taking to this type of decision-making, what would happen? And the answer is that across our service territory in high fire risk areas, that exercise suggested that we would see between 20 to 40% more PSPS activation. So it is an estimate, but it is, I have it there for expectation setting because I want to be very clear that we are expecting these weather patterns to continue and we're expecting PSPS to continue. But that's also why it's important that we have our monitoring and alert system. It's why it's important that everyone sign up for updates. But beyond that, it's also why they double down on updates, through the county as well. When these events take place, we do operate through the county's incident management and response team, and we do have to operate through that structure. So what are the changes in thresholds? So NWS, it's the National Wind Speed Advisories. And what this does is this shows you the difference between the wind speed advisories that would trigger a de-energization if we were talking about bare wire versus the wind speeds that would trigger a de-energization if we're talking about covered conductor. The difference between the two is, well, exactly that. Bare wire is bare wire, which means that there's a greater % chance that it will ignite if it falls. The covered conductor is insulated wire, and the difference there is pretty plain to see. 31 miles an hour to 46 mile an hour gusts. That'll trigger a de-energization for uncovered segments for bare wire, whereas 40 to 58 is what it would be needed. You need a high wind warning is what would be needed in order to trigger a potential shutoff on a covered conductor line. Now, neither of those things does anything for the fact that if a tree hits a line and takes down wires, we're de-energizing. That's going to happen. Not only is it going to happen, it's going to happen and there's not going to be any notice because we can't possibly foresee those types of events. So all of this is to say that each circuit, depending on where it is, depending on the numerous conditions that we take into account, is unique. So if a circuit is in the urban wildland interface, if it is experiencing higher heat or has drier vegetation around it, we will associate that with an FPI score that is greater than a circuit that does not have those conditions. So I've heard often from a number of folks that they are confused with regards to why Edison's decision-making with regard to PSPS would not correlate to what they are seeing in the news, for example, with regard to the wind speeds that they're seeing in their area. And this is why. So what you see on the news is typically the product of NBM, which is the national blend of models that NOAA uses in order to estimate wind speed in an area. Their average is more like a Swiss Army knife to our scalpel. The reason that I say that is because SCE has our own weather stations. I'm sure you guys have heard about the weather stations that we're putting up because out of 400 weather stations across our service territory, 200 of them are in Ventura County. And those weather stations are localized. They're localized to different circuits. And so just because the news isn't saying that there's high wind, or even if you aren't experiencing high wind at your door in your home, that is not to say that our conditions are not looking at a circuit in its entirety and are not seeing those conditions somewhere else on that circuit. So all of this is an effort to ultimately save lives and property. With regard to the notification timeline, we have made what I consider to be a pretty noticeable shift in that we used to only update people, or we used to send out our first notification as it related to these events 2 days in advance. We're now sending them out 3 days in advance. So, it's really important that our customers be attuned to those notifications because they are what will allow you to plan for an emergency. One of the things that I am often called upon to talk about is the line between the company's responsibility to our customers and our customers' responsibility to themselves. As much as the company is operating in a new wildfire paradigm and are needing to respond to that, so too are our customers. To have not lived in a high fire risk area and then all of a sudden to be told that you do live in a high fire risk area, and that comes with policy shifts, it comes with electrical utility disruption, that can be incredibly frustrating. And so, to the extent possible, we try to make resources available to help ameliorate the impacts of those outages. And I will get to some of those. In terms of field operations, it's important to understand that we cannot simply re-energize a line after it's been de-energized under most circumstances. We need to inspect the line. We need to inspect the entirety of the line, because if we don't put physical eyes on the entirety of the line, then we don't know that something isn't leaning up against it before we re-energize, which could spark a fire. One of the new developments that I've been made aware of recently is that we've recently gotten approval from the FAA to operate a drone program, an out-of-sight drone program, which is pretty cool because what that means is currently our drone operators, and we do have drone operators, but they are required under California law and the FAA, they're required to operate within line of sight. They can only fly a drone as far as they can see it. But we recently got approval from the FAA to begin implementing out of line of sight programming. Now, it's going to take a while for us to figure this out, quite frankly. We've got to hire the drone operators, we've got to set rules and regulations around their operation, and then we've got to train them and situate them within different districts within our service area. But this will eventually decrease time on re-energization, because instead of needing to tap a crew to travel 44 miles of line, we will actually be able to tap a drone operator to go and patrol that line in that manner. So we do have that to look forward to. Technology is a wonderful thing. In terms of field operations, we pre-patrol. This is what happens before a PSPS event takes place. Then we have live field observers during the event. And then in terms of that restoration patrol that I just talked about, in PSPS, we can situate ourselves in advance to patrol the line. We can identify a crew and say, you need to be right here when we're ready to re-energize because I need you patrolling that line right then. We can also do that with maintenance outages when we are planning to upgrade infrastructure, because infrastructure does have a lifetime, or when we're planning to make repairs that are non-emergency related. Under these conditions, we can anticipate and we can have a crew out there to restore the line in short order. Under, for example, unplanned outages or rotating outages, we can't do that because we don't know that they occur. So we are responding to them. About an average of 6 hours of patrol by truck. 15% of our circuits require a helicopter. So, and actually, the truck is quicker because of the amount of time that it takes to get the helicopter and then loop it all around and then look at it. So in terms of community outreach, we have a number of different things that we do, and I think it's most important to focus on our most at-risk customers. So customer care branch are our alternate and function and needs customers, our medical baseline customers who rely on electricity for life-saving medical devices. These are the customers for whom we have the greatest programs, the greatest rebates, the greatest opportunities to take advantage of home and business hardening, things of that nature. And these are the customers who it's most important to get to first. We try to get to all of our customers. Certainly in terms of PS, we have, as I just kind of went through, we've got a 5-day, ultimately, a 5-day notification and response time. But it's really important that everyone sign up for these notifications. SCE.com/PSPS or SCE.com/outage is where you can sign up for these notifications. You can also sign up for them for friends or loved ones. You don't have to be a customer. If a friend or loved one lives in our service territory and you want to track and you want to be able to be alerted to notifications that could impact that address, you can do that as well. This is an improvement. It shows an improvement that we've made to our outage maps. We were told following the January events by County OES Manager Patrick Maynard, that frankly, the polygons, the shape files that we had on our outage map were too much. It was too much to deal with. It was too much visually going on in order to ascertain any useful information. So we've shifted things around. We've got a clearer layout now, refined circuit boundaries. We've redefined the display panels so that it can actually show you the circuit name associated with your address. And then what we've also done in terms of call center is we've given our call center operatives increased level of access into on-the-ground information. So in terms of the lag, and there is a lag, right? There will always be a lag between what our crews are putting in their own tablets when they're on site versus what you're seeing on the outage map. Our customer care coordinators at the call center now have access to that field level data. So what that essentially means is that at the call center, their estimated restoration times will be frankly more accurate than what you'll see on an outage map on the outage website. Now about those restoration times, it's really frustrating to see overly broad restoration times. The restoration times are overly broad up until the moment that we discover the cause for an event. So in a PSPS event, we know the restoration time is pretty set because we know how long it's going to take to patrol that wire. But in an unplanned event, and Camarillo, let's just call it what it is, has been hit very hard by unplanned maintenance and repair outage events. And in an unplanned event, we can't do that. So it's important that we distinguish and that we appreciate where we can take actions in advance and where we are responding and working in terms of resource allocation as quickly as we can to re-energize. Customer resiliency equipment. So I think I will take this opportunity to differentiate between individual customers and businesses. So, at the individual customer level, yes, we're working very hard to provide adequate subsidization of support for our most at-risk customers. In terms of businesses, and I do have to take it aside for a second in order to thank your city manager for elevating a number of these concerns from some of the businesses that have experienced outages. Most recently, a couple weeks ago, when about 25,000 customers, 25 to 30,000 customers lost power in Camarillo. We are most focused on critical infrastructure. We took a meeting with St. John's, with Dignity Health, trying to optimize there in terms of their own hardening. We recently spoke with another small business who was, I heard, threatening to leave the city of Camarillo over the outages. I'm trying to be very, very honest and very transparent about where we are. We had a conversation with them. I got our business account manager in touch with them. We had a conversation with them where we identified the outages within a 12-month period that they had been experiencing. We looked for where they did and did not receive notifications, and it became clear that they weren't receiving any. They weren't signed up for the notifications, the unplanned maintenance outage notifications. They were receiving PSPS notifications, but since January, we haven't really seen PSPS. So these have been unplanned outages that have been hitting the community. Unplanned outages occur when a bird hits a wire, which is what happened in Camarillo. They occur when a squirrel gets into a substation. They occur when a bag flies into a line. They occur. So we all operate under these conditions. This is the real world, and it's difficult to conceive that utility service can be disrupted in that way. But in addition to PSPS, we are dealing with these types of incidents that happen often. That's why it's so important to harden yourselves. And this is where I'll get to the line between the company responsibility and personal responsibility. The company can bear responsibility for when we are making decisions that impact, your electric utility service. But under unplanned outage conditions where we aren't making a decision to turn off the power, it de-energizes as a safety mechanism. We as a company will not take, responsibility for the externalities that result. I hear a lot about food spoilage. That's one of them. Or if it's too dark and and you can't see, or and you bump into something. I mean, it's a matter of cascading liability. We will take responsibility where we make decisions. We won't, where acts of God determine what steps we need to take for the safety of our customers. That is a screenshot that I took of marketplace.sce.com. Marketplace.sce.com is a one-stop shop where anyone can look at, from a single point, the generators or otherwise energy-efficient appliances that we have rebates for. It applies the rebates there, and then it allows you to buy these products through marketplace.sce.com. I want to be very clear, SCE is not selling these products. We are not making a profit on these products. These are products that are offered by various partners, like Home Depot is an example. But a transfer switch and a generator is the most actionable and easiest solution for most residents and businesses with regard to these outages. With a transfer switch and a generator, you can get probably between 12 and 18 hours worth of power depending on your usage. If you add a battery backup to that, now you're talking, up to 2 days depending on usage. And this is the new paradigm that we're operating in. This is the new wildfire paradigm that we are going to continue to see. Quite frankly, Southern California Edison nor any other investor-owned utility could make enough investments in the grid in terms of hardening SCE service territory wide in order to make enough of a difference fast enough such that you shouldn't be looking into buying a generator. These outages will happen. They will continue to happen. And in the same way that we prepare ourselves for an earthquake, outages are going to take place a lot more frequently than earthquakes will. So we certainly need to have a plan in place and take every step that we can in order to harden ourselves against those eventualities, because that's exactly what they are. In terms of grid hardening, we have, and this is just a stat based on the circuits that serve Camarillo specifically, we have hardened 27 out of a total 37 miles that we have planned to harden. Now, in terms of hardening, when I say hardening, I mean hardening the grid against the likelihood that we will need to de-energize, hardening the grid against the impacts of wildfires, heat, things like this, wind speeds. You have covered conductor and you have targeted undergrounding. These are really the two major opportunities that you have to ameliorate the impacts of PSPS. And covered conductor is where we focus much of our time and energy. That's because it is more feasible to do than targeted undergrounding. In terms of cost, covered conductor, you're talking about these are estimates, but you're talking about $700,000 per mile. In terms of targeted undergrounding, you're talking about 2.2 to 4.2, depending on topography. And then you're also talking about impacts. When you're talking about targeted undergrounding, you're talking about ripping up road versus covered conductor, which is insulating the wires that already exist. So I want to be very clear that covered conductor does work. It does ultimately decrease the likelihood that a line would find itself subject to PSPS. So this is our grid hardening timeline. This just shows you, I showed you in that prior graph that we have about an additional 10 miles that we have in planning to continue hardening within the city of Camarillo. This just shows you our planning horizon and when we plan to complete those. We're actually a little bit further ahead than that's showing in 2025, and then we plan to complete the hardening by the end of 2026. At that point, we will consider Camarillo 75% hardened. That's just based on cumulative in terms of overhead wires. In terms of overhead wires, not all overhead wires are created equal. I'm sorry if this is dry, it's a lot of information, and I'm happy to take any of your questions after this. Not all overhead wires are created equal. You have your primary distribution, which run at a higher level of voltage, and then you have your secondary distribution or transmission. It's those primary distribution lines that are that we focus on most when we're talking about covered conductor, because, well, those are the ones that are greatest at risk of sparking a wildfire. This is a map of Camarillo. That is a map of Camarillo with the circuits that serve Camarillo overlaid. And that is the outage map. So it's for me, it's interesting to see, and I think most people find it interesting that you think of circuits, you think of them on the grid, you think of them in these kind of even, nice straight lines, and it's easy to show them that way on a map. But ultimately, the way that these circuits come together lends itself towards what I can only describe as creative. I mean, it looks like a child drew them. You would never be able to guess that, you are within or not within one of these areas without looking at this outage map. This changes. There's a reason that we don't make this available publicly, and it's because it changes. It changes with load growth. As new developments come online and we need to shift power from one substation to another in order to service that, this outage map will shift. It changes based on infrastructure upgrades. It changes based on parted conductors that we do in order to segment different lines. We will routinely segment lines in order to isolate different parts of a circuit. So the outage map is changing, but it lends itself towards an understanding of why perhaps my power may be out, but my neighbors may be on. This is a map of Camarillo in relation to the high fire risk areas. What you see in red is Tier 3. Those are the highest fire risk areas. Those are where we're going to take the most conservative approaches to decision making. And then in orange, you see Tier 2. This is the Redstone circuit. Why am I showing you the Redstone circuit? I'm showing you the Redstone circuit because the Redstone circuit has recently come into scope for PSPS. Why is that? Is there a laser on this thing? Oh, nice. This. You see that teeny little piece of circuit that comes into Tier 2? That is why the Redstone circuit has come into PSPS scope. But that's also why we segment circuits. It's also why we apply fast curve settings to specific switches. What that essentially means is that if you segment circuits and you apply a fast curve setting in between switches, or in between segments, one segment that is in a high fire risk area and one segment that is not in a high fire risk area, that fast curve switch is what enables automatic re-energization without that line inspection. And that's because one segment will go dark and the whole circuit will go dark, but one segment will go dark, and because of the fast curve setting, before anything can touch the line, the segments that we have identified or isolated, they can get automatically turned back on. That's the benefit of the fast curve switch setting. This is the Clemson circuit. Now I have the Clemson circuit up here because the Clemson circuit is what was at issue that caused the outage that affected 25 to 30,000 people. I say that because our outages, the way that we have the data on these outages, it shows the number of connections, not the number of people. And you estimate between 1 and 2 people, 1 and 3 people per connection. It kind of depends on where you are. In Camarillo, it's closer to 2. So this is the Clemson circuit. What I'm showing you is that the Clemson circuit goes from within a high fire risk area into not a high fire risk area. There's a single substation that serves the entirety of that circuit, regardless of whether it's in a high fire risk area or not. If something happens at that substation, power is going down. Power is going down circuit wide. If there is overhead line that is exposed, for example, in Somas, but there's underground line, closer to downtown, it doesn't matter, right? If the PSPS decision-making thresholds suggest that overhead line is at risk, then the entire circuit would come into scope for PSPS. Now, again, that doesn't necessarily mean that it will, but that means that when you think about undergrounding and you think about, well, my community is all underground, so why is it that we would be subject to PSPS? Unless the entirety of the circuit is underground, you will still be in scope if it's in a high fire risk area. This is a map
Mayor?
overlay
overlay that shows you our progress to date
Mr.
on
Mayor,
the.
Could you, just a second, yes.
I'm happy to hold.
Yeah, with apologies to Mr. Anderson, this is a very thoughtful and a very, very thorough presentation. I really appreciate it. I just want to inquire of the chair, will we be leaving a little time for question and answer because we do have a lot of other items on our agenda for this evening? So
I
I
can-
can make an inquiry of the chair.
Yeah.
I can speed
on
through
How
it.
long, how much longer we're going to go.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to go real quick.
Okay.
We're not going to go much longer. This is the Clemson Circuit. This is the Clemson Circuit. You can see in brown what's underground. You can see in green what's covered, and you can see in red what's not covered. So, so up here, that's green, and this is red, and this is where we're most concerned because this is what's in high fire risk area. Moving on. These are Clemson segments. So this shows you our ability to isolate individual segments within a circuit. There's the Clemson 2. Why did we isolate the Clemson 2 from the Clemson 1? Again, there's Clemson 2 and Clemson 1. You see how Clemson 2 is almost like an island inside Clemson 1. That's because Clemson 2 is mostly underground, and we were able to install a switch right there. So that's what enables us to do that. Now, I don't want you to take away from this that segmenting is, the be-all, end-all, or that it completely ameliorates the impacts of outages or PSPS, but it does help. So we're going to keep going. Helpful information and resources. Put this up here. Please use this slide. Repurpose this slide. I'm happy to share these resources with you and to continue to share these resources with you. Most important is probably sce.com/outage map, which is where I recommend everyone look in the event of an outage. I'll close it there.
Okay, thank you.
So, I'm sorry I took so long.
No, it's been very, very thorough. Really appreciate you being here. Maybe some questions from council members, if you can stick around here for a bit.
I'm happy to.
Any questions? Who would like to, anybody have any questions? Mr. Tremblay, do you like to
Actually, I
start?
did, Mr. Mayor. Thank you very much. Mr. Anderson, thanks very much for a very, very thorough presentation. We really appreciate it. I'm mindful of your admonition that SCE's motto is safe, reliable, and affordable energy, and that Camarillo has been hit hard by recent unplanned outages. And I know you are also mindful, and you've said this, of the company's statement that it has responsibility to its customers. I really appreciate all of the company's work on the PSPS program. It's come a long way in the last few years. And unfortunately, as everybody knows, we're heading into the Santa Ana wind season now. So this is very timely information, but I want to pivot, particularly with respect to non-PSPS matters. I think you were present when our Mayor Emeritus spoke earlier this evening in public comments about how many outages she, on her street, north of Las Posas, if you put that map back up, have experienced recently. I will tell you that I'm also personally familiar with the number of outages that have occurred at St. John's Camarillo, formerly known as St. John's Pleasant Valley Hospital, and I'm particularly concerned about that from a public safety standpoint. If I'm not, thankfully, a surgeon, but I have had surgeons describe to me being in the middle of surgery and having the power go out at St. John's. They have to go immediately to a generator, and hopefully that generator backs up. But let me give you an even more acute example. It's actually in the subacute wing where you have many folks who are on ventilators and who otherwise cannot help themselves. When that goes to generator, there is all kinds of protocols that have to occur if there is an unplanned outage. So my question, actually, I have a commitment. I know that you have met with St. John's, but I would appreciate a commitment on twofold with you. Number one, I know that our Mayor Emeritus is still here, and if you're willing to talk to her afterwards about what the heck is going on in her particular area, I'd sure appreciate it personally. But secondly, with respect to St. John's Hospital, I don't think I heard you suggest, you did say that the individual businesses bear responsibility, but given the number of outages that have occurred, I am hoping that you will make a commitment to this council tonight from a safety standpoint that Edison will redouble its efforts to identify what in the heck is going on in the circuits near St. John's Camarillo Hospital and make every effort within the company's ken to correct it, because it is not a tolerable situation at this point. So I'm hoping that you will make that commitment to convene maybe even another meeting with staff and to provide this council with some assurance that Edison has done everything in its power. I don't think I heard you say passing the buck to the hospital.
Certainly not.
That's good. I'm glad I did.
And
Can you
while
make
we're
that kind of commitment to the council?
So I absolutely can make that kind of commitment to the council because I'm aware currently of our engineers who are looking into hardening opportunities for St. John's.
That'd be great.
The other thing that I'll say is that even where St. John's is concerned, SCE, let me back up. We respond differently and we treat differently critical infrastructure from non-critical infrastructure. So that is
You
to
would
say,
agree this is critical infrastructure?
we agree wholeheartedly. This is certainly critical infrastructure. So that is to say that the steps that we will take to, as a company, to ensure greater reliability of power to a hospital, I was in the discussion, and I recall our engineer saying that we might end up needing to split a duct, which essentially means that we might need to go in and create.
It's okay, I'm just a lawyer, I don't know what that means, but
No,
that sounds like it would be helpful.
What it means is that we would be looking to create something like this around St. John's, is essentially what it means, that we would be splitting wires in order to create a little segment, and then we would look at serving or what generators currently serve St. John's, to what extent they need larger generators, or what other hardening opportunities exist that would allow us to, frankly, treat it a bit differently. So I know that that's being explored right now by far smarter individuals than I.
Good, well, there are many, many, many individuals much smarter than I am too. What I'm hopeful you'll commit to is continuing to look at that and then come back to our city staff and our city manager with an update report in a reasonable period of time as to what the company is doing in this endeavor. I'm hoping at a reasonable period of time is something within about 60 to 90 days, but there are smarter people than I am, may take longer.
So I'm happy to commit to coming back to updating this council with regard to what is being done with St. John's.
I meant to city staff at least.
To city staff, yeah. I mean, the reason why you hear me equivocating is because we have very strict policies with regard to customer information, what we can and cannot share. And this applies equally to St. John's as it does to a
So does
resident.
the hospital, it has HIPAA.
Well, I guess what I'm trying to tell you is that really, we would need the hospital's permission, or the hospital would need to kind of tag team that with us. But
okay,
we can do it. It's something we can get done.
Something you can speak with staff about. Okay.
Certainly.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
And then if I can just say briefly with regard to Mayor Emeritus, if she's still here, I believe you. I believe that every one of those outages has happened. I apologize sincerely for the disruption in power, and I'm happy to look into it further. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Any, just a second here, you might have another, any
Sure.
other, Marchita?
Yes, Ian, thank you very much for your presentation. I understand the situation that we're in with the increase in wildfires and truly an impact of climate change as well. So I do hear you say you're erring on the side of safety and your explanation with all of that. Under your community engagement piece, you talk about what you do during and what you do after. Some community members who have reached out to me, and one in particular has been very worried with that lack of engagement. And I think what she was hoping for, and I'm trying to see what we can figure out here. There are many senior citizens that have a harder time maybe logging on through the Zoom meetings and manipulating maybe some of the technology, and what they would want is more of a personal touch. And so number one, I wanted to ask if I would be able to connect you with her directly.
Yes.
Okay. And then number two, would you be willing to provide either a presentation to that community there? I'm happy to join you. Or the other alternative, because I was thinking this is also a public safety issue, is we can actually bring this item to our public safety committee for it to be discussed, and Mayor and Councilmember Tremblay, and then we can further tap onto the item that you brought and invite St. John's as well, if council is okay with that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So those are, I just want to, there's a lot more, but I think those were the main concerns that have been shared.
The one thing that I will say as it relates to anyone, seniors or otherwise, that have trouble accessing SCE customer service, have trouble navigating SCE processes for getting help or reporting or, I mean, really anything, we have a number. We have a phone number that is specific for folks that struggle with that. I can't make that publicly available. I can't make that publicly available because if I did, then it wouldn't become a phone number for people that struggle with hard of hearing, that struggle with speech patterns, that struggle with. So we do have unique resources available for our most at-risk customers, and the answer is put me in touch, and I will help. Is the answer.
Thank you.
And Vice Mayor Tennyson.
I appreciate the thorough presentation, but I'm not sure that the citizens of Camarillo that experience these outages will truly appreciate the fact that we have a high level of unplanned outages because of maintenance issues, and that's just your responsibility to take care of it. I think there needs to be a little bit more empathy in the message to our community and the things they can do. And by showing a slide with an $800 or $1,800 generator, not everybody can afford that, even with a rebate. So I think there's got to be more understanding and more outreach to the community, not just to City Council at a public presentation, so that they understand why we have these outages, and the fact that an unplanned maintenance outage is our problem, not yours, other than you have to send out repair lines. The other impact that it has, and everybody in this city has experienced it, that major outage a couple months ago created traffic all over this city because almost every single traffic signal along Las Posas Road and Ponderosa and other parts of the city go dark. And I know the city is expending funds to try and put battery backups and other things on our traffic signals so we can avoid it. But there's got to be more community outreach with a little more empathy other than it's your problem if it's an unplanned maintenance outage. And that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I mean, I certainly have empathy for everyone that experiences particularly multi-day outages, which it's crazy to think that we do experience them, in today's day and age. With that said, I come into this role. I'm new to this role, and I've stepped into this role with an understanding, quite frankly, that SCE has placated for far too long. That we have, shared with our community, what we've been doing, but have not towed the line with regard to that transparency factor, where we will not do a thing. Because really it's only once you lend that transparency to our decision making, to our accountability with regard to what we will and will not take responsibility for, that we can begin to have conversations about where to make a difference. So I appreciate your comments. It really is in that spirit that you hear me be so transparent today with regard to where the company is and what we will and will not do. I appreciate the insistence that we get more involved in the community and that we elevate this information to our customers and not simply to City Council. And I would welcome any opportunity that you guys see, for me personally, or for the company more broadly to be able to do that. I operate out of the Thousand Oaks Service Center, so I'm not too far, and I'm happy to be in the community whenever you guys want me here. I certainly look for opportunities to be in the community, but please, by all means, alert me to them and I'll be there. I'm happy to be giving resident presentations. I'm happy to go to HOAs. I'm happy to go to resident meetings. I'm happy to make myself available because that's my job.
Thank you.
Anything
No,
else?
no, thank you, Ina. I just wanted to ask for a break, please, Mayor.
Yeah, if 1 second. Ian, I want to thank you for being here. I just want to impress upon you that Clemson circuit has been problematic, not for years, but decades. And I commend Edison for what they've done, but there's more work to do. And I'm hoping that you'll stay very in close contact with staff and you impress upon the leadership of Edison that we need some help here. And I'm a little concerned you're talking about 2026. That comes really quick here. But anything that you can do to expedite this, anything we can do to help this matter would be surely appreciated. And I really appreciate you being here. And I know you're relatively new to this spot, but welcome. We all look forward to work with you for quite a long time.
Likewise, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. I appreciate the opportunity.
Okay, thank you. So with that, we've been going at it for a couple hours. Chair's going to call a 10-minute recess. council meeting. And that gets us down to consent items. It's item G through Q. Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this?
We do not have any comments on the consent calendar.
Okay, I'm going to ask any council questions of anything, this one, if not. There's a motion and a second. Madam Chair, would you prepare us for the vote, please? All right, that passes unanimously. Okay, so that gets us down to our public hearing tonight. It's the fiscal year 2024-25 CAPER, and I am going to introduce our consultant, Aaron Lay, from Veronica Tam and Associates. So, Aaron, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee and City Council members. Community Development Block Grant, or CDBG funds, are allocated to the city annually by the Department of Housing and Urban Development to address the needs of the low and moderate income community. The item before you tonight is the public hearing regarding the fiscal year 24-25 Consolidated Annual Progress and Evaluation Report, or CAPER, which must be submitted to HUD at the close of each fiscal year. The CAPER reports on specific expenditures of CDBG funds and evaluates the progress the city has made in meeting its goals during that year. In fiscal year 24-25, the city began with almost $500,000 in CDBG entitlement funds to address the needs of the low and moderate income community. In March 2025, this body approved a substantial amendment to the 24-25 action plan, adjusting some program funding. In that substantial amendment, the city also identified just over $65,000 in prior year unallocated funds and added those funds to the 24-25 temporary homes program. In 24-25, the city was very successful in meeting the expenditure and accomplishment goals for CDBG entitlement funds, with 319 residents benefiting through services to seniors, the homeless, and the disabled. The city also made significant progress toward the goal of temporary homes for the homeless. This project will continue and is expected to be completed in spring 2026. The city also continued to use just over $576,000 in CDBG CV funds, which were a special allocation issued by HUD in 2020 to address the impacts of the pandemic. Over 1,600 residents have been provided services. Once approved, the CAPER will be submitted to HUD electronically by the deadline on September 28th. That concludes my presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Any questions for council at this particular point? Nope. This is an advertised public hearing, so I'm going to open the public hearing. And is there any public comments at this particular time?
There are none for this item.
Okay, there's none for that. So with that, I'm going to close the public hearing, and I'll ask for council discussion and/or motions. Any discussion from the council at this point? Motions?
I can second.
There is a motion and a second. Would you please prepare us for the vote, Madam Clerk? Please vote. And that item passes unanimously. All right, that's going to get us down to item S. It's a discussion item from the City Council. It's the Ventura County Community Foundation Neighbor Support Coalition and community support funding. And I am going to ask for a staff report, and I believe our Assistant City Manager, Carmen Nichols, is going to start us with this. Carmen?
Mayor, before that, I do have a report. The Board of Friends of Fieldworkers, the organization that I serve as executive director of, submitted a letter to the City of Camarillo indicating that the organization would decline any funding from the City of Camarillo through the Neighbors Fund administered by the VCCF. Council, would you like to add?
Yes, so at the prior meeting, in abundance of caution, a council member did recuse herself. She has now provided this letter from Friends of Field Workers, which then removes them from potentially receiving any funds from the city, so she can now participate.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So with that, Ms. Nichols?
Thank you, Mayor and members of the City Council. In response to the growing needs in our community for food, shelter, and basic necessities, City Council directed staff to evaluate community needs with Ventura County Community Foundation. The timeline of this direction is outlined in the staff report. At the direction of the City Council on August 27, City Manager Ramirez met with Vanessa Bechtel and Mike Soule of the Ventura County Community Foundation to discuss the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund, an option for the city's involvement, taking into account the City Council's comments provided at the meeting. There are two distinctive opportunities discussed with VCCF. The first is for the City Council's endorsement of the Ventura County Neighbor Support Coalition. The City Council's endorsement of the Ventura County Neighbor Support Coalition does not commit the city to funding any VCCF initiative, but rather establishes the city's recognition of and strengthens VCCF efforts and its partners in advancing their community work. The second opportunity involves providing direct funding to an organization or organizations that support increased community needs. Of the 28 requests submitted to VCCF, VCCF provided the city manager 2 suggestions that serve the Camarillo's community with a focus on food insecurity. According to the U.S. Department of Agriculture, food insecurity can be categorized into 2 main types: low food insecurity, which is described as reports of reduced quality, variety, or desirability of diet with little indication of reduced food intake. Very low food security is described as reports of multiple indications of disrupted eating patterns and reduced food intake. And according to Feeding America, a nonprofit 501c3 and a nationwide network of food banks, food pantries, and local meal programs that focuses on getting nutritious food to communities, food insecurity is when people don't have enough to eat and don't know where their next meal will come from. According to Feeding America, those with needs turn to the charitable food sector for support. As identified in the staff report, FoodShare seeks funding to assemble and distribute emergency food boxes to vulnerable households unable to leave home, including seniors, families with children, and people with disabilities. FoodShare's total request is $28,000, with the city funding $15,000. Saticoy Food Hub requests funding to purchase a new walk-in refrigerator, expand local food purchasing, and sustain pantry operations for 100-plus families in the local community, including Camarillo residents affected by enforcement actions. Saticoy Food Hub experienced an increase in need with more than 11,000 pounds of food distributed in July. Their total request is for $74,605, with the city funding $35,000. Among other direct programs serving the Camarillo community, Saticoy Food Hub anticipates providing 11,128 meals of fresh produce with distribution through Camarillo partners, including Camarillo Community Food Pantry, many meals of Camarillo serving meals at St. Mary Magdalene Church Hall and Mount Cross, and the Pleasant Valley Senior Center. As per the recommendation, should the City Council decide to fund $50,000 to help support both the FoodShare and Saticoy Food Hub requests, BCCF will match the city's contributions so that together, the city and BCCF can fully fund both requests. And to clarify the recommendations in the report, the city will fund $15,000 for FoodShare, and VCCF will match for a total combined contribution of $28,000. The amount in the recommendation recommendation 2, I believe, or 3. Let me double check that.
It's 3.
Recommendation 3 should read $15,000. Direct the city manager to provide community support funding in the amount of $15,000 to FoodShare. And again, the city will fund $35,000 for Saticoy Food Hub, and VCCF will match for a total combined contribution of $74,605. This concludes the oral report. Ms. Bechtel and Mr. Soule, representing VCCF, are in attendance, and we are prepared to receive your comments and answer your questions.
Okay, so you've heard the report. Or any council questions at this particular point? Vice Mayor Tennyson.
I do. You gave me some information. but looking at Saticoy Food Hub's internet presence, there is no indication that they have anything to do with the city of Camarillo. They are located in the city of Ventura, and it's my understanding from phone calls I've made and looking at their past events, the main area they support is Cabrillo Village in the city of Ventura. Is that fairly accurate?
I would ask that Mr. Soule or Ms. Bigtel approach the microphone to respond to that and also to provide you further information on the request by Saticoy Food Hub and how if they receive a contribution, how they would support the Camarillo community directly.
Thank you so much, Mayor Kildee, council members. Thank you so much, Michelle, Greg, really excellent work on your team's part. I'm Vanessa Bechtel. I serve as president and CEO of Your Community Foundation. And I did have this information to offer for the Saticoy Food Hub. And one of the reasons why we suggested Saticoy Food Hub as one of the potential recipients is that they are actually partnering with Camarillo Farms, including Espinosa Farms, I'm going to butcher this name, Papulacho Farms, Osario Family Farms, and Dai Cabaret. They also are in partnership with Onk's Bistro. I'm like, oh my goodness, it's been a long day, so I apologize on any names. And then they are looking to continue to expand partnerships, obviously, with additional Camarillo businesses. What they have said is that this funds will help go toward 11,128 meals of fresh produce, and distribution would be through Camarillo partners, including the Camarillo Food Pantry, many meals of Camarillo, and Pleasant Valley Senior Center. And all food would be sourced from small local farms, keeping dollars in our region. I also just wanted to share that they, while they are located in Saticoy, they really are committed to getting these dollars specifically to Camarillo residents. So I just want to share that we had numerous conversations with their leadership today, multiple emails back and forth, and that commitment was made.
Thank you. Would it be appropriate now, I know Jennifer Caldwell is here from Food Share, if I asked her to come up and share some of the commitments that they have in the city of Camarillo and the contacts and their partnerships that already exist here?
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Kildee, Council, City Manager Ramirez, Commander Tennyson. Vanessa, thank you so much for bringing this to light. This is absolutely incredible and quite a surprise. Many of you have toured Food Share. Sorry, my name is Jennifer Caldwell. I'm the Chief Development Officer of Food Share. I've been there for 10 years and proudly serve this community and a proud resident of the city of Camarillo as well. As you know, Food Share is serving 250,000 Ventura County residents right now. The need is staggering, and in the city of Camarillo alone, we're serving just under 8,000 Camarillo residents. Last year, we distributed 1 million pounds of the 21 million pounds of food right here in the city of Camarillo. So it's about 5% of our output. And if you take our full budget, which is about $9 million, that's $450,000 that came right back into the city of Camarillo, food distributed, services provided through our 13 pantries that are in the city of Camarillo. Of the 1 million pounds that we distributed here, over 350,000 came through the Pleasant Valley Park and Recreation District in their Friday distribution and the Senior Center. So you have some incredible networks here in the city of Camarillo that we're proud to support. We're proud of the support of VCCF as well, and we're proud that you understand that no one should go hungry, and we are continuing to do our work and our service in Ventura County, but also here in the city of Camarillo. So I'm happy to answer any other questions that you may have about our service. I brought some really great City of Camarillo flyers that I'll hand to the clerk for you guys to have later.
Any other?
Did you mention the food pantries of the other partners you have in the city of
Yeah,
Camarillo?
absolutely. I'm happy to. Boys and Girls Club of Camarillo is one of them. Camarillo Community Church, which is the Camarillo Food Pantry. Crossroads Church, Mira Vista Senior Apartments. We have a pantry on campus at Cal State Channel Islands called Dolphin Pantry. PVRPD is one of our largest distribution networks here in the city of Camarillo, as well as the Senior Center. We have Project Hope at St. Columba's Episcopal Church, Roar Church, SDA Camarillo Church, St. Mary Magdalene, and Trinity Presbyterian are all of our pantry partners here in Camarillo.
Thank you.
Any other questions, Vanessa? Vanessa, just one question before you go. Vanessa, one question.
Yes, please.
I'm Jennifer, I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. No problem. Actually, that's wonderful.
Jennifer, come on back. I should know that. My sister's name is
That's
Jennifer.
an
I
honor to be
apologize.
mistaken by Vanessa Bechtel. I will take that any
Is
day.
the program growing, and are your numbers growing, or are they leveling off?
No, they're absolutely growing. The first half of 2025 mirrored very much of 2024, which are these numbers here. The second half of 2025 is vastly different from the beginning of the year. Our weekly College Park distribution that we do in the city of Oxnard, which is open to all of Ventura County, but mostly visited by West Ventura County residents, we saw over 1,600 cars come through that distribution line today. We have brought more food every single week incrementally over the last 6 weeks due to turning cars away at the end of the distribution. So we brought even more today and ended up turning away 21 cars still. It's a weekly distribution, so we're serving over 6,000 individuals every single Wednesday, and that need is just continuing to go up.
Okay, thank you, Jennifer. Any other
I do.
question?
Thanks.
Mr. Tremblay?
Thanks, Jennifer, for being here. I appreciate it. Does Food Share make any distinction in terms of providing food to food pantries? Does Food Share make any distinction between recipients in terms of their immigration status?
Not at all. We serve anybody who comes in line.
Anybody who comes in line?
Absolutely.
Seniors, folks who are living alone, single families, undocumented individuals, et cetera.
Everyone.
There's no distinction made between.
Nope, no identification needed, no employment status needed, nothing.
Okay, and out of the individuals in Camarillo that Food Share serves through its partner food pantries, which I think pretty much duplicates what Saticoy Food Hub was suggesting, would you describe that as a pretty broad swath of Camarillo residents? Maybe you gave that number before. Was it six? How
It
many
was just under 8,000 Camarillo residents that we're serving through the
That's the number I
pantries.
was looking for,
Yes.
just over 8,000?
Yes.
On a weekly basis?
That's annually.
Oh,
So they
okay.
could come multiple times a week, but that 8,000 is an unduplicated number. So at least once over the course of a year, 8,000 Camarillo residents came to a food pantry.
Okay.
We
so-
can't monitor how many times they come, but at least once.
That's okay, but Food Share can show definitively how many Camarillo residents it serves.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
welcome.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Any other, yeah, Martich has one.
I do have a question, and this is actually for Vanessa. And thank you, Jennifer, for your presentation and for being here and for all the great work you do too.
Now, Vanessa.
Thank you.
Vanessa, in speaking with business owners, and I also have a seat on the EDC, Economic Development Collaborative, we have really seen the economic impact on local businesses.
Yes.
And we heard one of the businesses being spoken about today. Did any businesses apply, or they did have the capacity to apply, correct?
Yeah, so I'm so thankful you asked that question. So we are funding nonprofits and educational partners, and then those organizations are then serving their clients. And so yesterday, I actually met with the Women's Economic Ventures, and I'm working with them on their application to support businesses. Obviously, the Economic Development Collaborative, as they continue to work with businesses, they could be an applicant. So what we are doing is working through our partners, and we don't charge any fees. And so part of the reason why we're doing this fund in this way, and again, it's multi-pronged, keeping businesses open, keeping employees employed, keeping students in school and families secure. And part of what we've been trying to do is figure out how to leverage all the dollars by getting resources to each of these different organizations and making sure we stretch the dollars as far as possible. So absolutely, small businesses will get support through the Neighbors Support Coalition. And we just finished the first round a few weeks ago. And then I'm pleased to share we've now had commitments of $430,000. And so we're going to get ready to do the second round of grant making, but we have to collect the money. So what always happens is people make commitments and then you have to collect their pledges. So as soon as the money is in the bank, we'll be doing the second round of funding. We have over $1.5 million already of vetted urgent needs that satisfy or that meet the criteria for the fund. So obviously there's a long way to go. And again, this is just the beginning. We're going to be doing this for a long time.
Thank you, Vanessa.
Thank you so much.
And I have another question
Don't
for...
go yet. We got another question
please.
too.
I have another
follow up?
Yeah, I just have another question for staff, so I'm happy to... Do you want me to
Vice Mayor
finish?
Tennyson had a question, so why don't you? go ahead.
Actually, this one's for Jennifer.
Oh,
I'm going to make Jennifer walk back and forth
Excellent.
tonight.
I love
We're
this.
going back and forth.
Tag team. Jennifer, I heard at a previous presentation, I don't know if it was to Rotary or when we visited Food Share, that Ventura County Food Share is great at leveraging donations. And I heard a dollar amount for every dollar donated. Ventura County Food Share is able to turn it into how many dollars worth of food?
$5. So for every dollar donated, we are able to procure and purchase $5 worth of food. And that's due to our buying power because we buy in bulk from manufacturers by the semi-truckload. So we're not just buying a case of peanut butter, we're buying 32 pallets of peanut butter. So we're able to stretch the dollar a lot further.
And you have partnerships with local grocery stores where you get to pick up their produce in
Yeah, absolutely. Of
Camarillo
the
as well?
21 million pounds of food that we distributed last year, about 9 million pounds of that was rescued from the 121 different retail grocery stores all throughout Ventura County. So we're able to take the food that is no longer by their guidelines, shelf stable, and put it right back out into the community. And we did about 9 million pounds of that last year.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other question? We did have a comment, I believe, from Martita. Did you
Yeah,
have a
I
staff
did have a
or-
question for staff. So just for a clarification, would there be a difference in administrative time if the city decides to fund these two organizations just separately? Like if we write the checks out to them versus going through the fund? Would there be a difference in more administrative time with one or the other?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Susan?
This is probably a question for Vanessa. In order for VCCF to match our funds, we would have to donate to the fund, correctly?
Well, yeah, so I know. Well, here's the reality. The reality is VCCF wants to support Food Share and Sataquai Food Hub, and so we're going to continue to work to raise funds to do that. But if the city is able to help with that, it will allow us to really serve the residents of Camarillo in a very meaningful way. And so the way we had set up the match was that the funds would go through VCCF. We're not taking any fees, so it literally is going right back out. But that way our donors can match those dollars and go out together. Yeah, so I know it's kind of a weird thing. I mean, really, frankly, we're just an intermediary, and I just want the organizations to get the funds, but this is how it would technically work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Okay, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments on this?
Yes, I do have 11 speakers signed up for this item, and I'm going to call the first speaker and the two people that will be following them. So we're going to start with Martha Turlock, and then it'll be Sarah Wilsetsky and Maria Acosta.
And with the 11, we'll give you the up to 3 minutes.
3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. I was all prepared to tell you what I would recommend, and after hearing all of this, I have to say I'm totally confused. I don't quite understand the process of how this is happening because back a couple of council meetings back, I was hearing the city doesn't contribute to NGOs. We have our own meeting, I think it's like in April, where the city agencies that want grants from us, they come, I've seen them do that and present. So I'm confused. I have to trust that if we are so rich, that we have $50,000 that we can just disperse, I have to trust that it is legal. But knowing how high my bills are and knowing that they keep going up and up and up, I'm having trouble with this. At any rate, my first choice would have been, call me Scrooge, I guess, was number one, where because there's some confusion about the manner and how this is being done, and it bows to some political pressure that we could endorse support for agencies that are providing this help. Gotta hurry. But then I thought, okay, if we succumb to some pressure here, and we could do number two, even though it's $50,000, because at least it's a good value for your money and it would be matched. So now we have food share, this other service. All I'm trying to say is if we're going to donate some money, or I don't know if donate's the right term, then I like matching. So let's get more for our buck. But, and I don't like thinking people are going hungry, but, so that's, in my heart of heart, I want to double what we get. But really, to be practical, I would say I want number one. So that's all. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good luck.
Proceed,
Okay,
please.
Sarah, and then after Sarah's Maria, and then after Maria's Joseph.
Good evening, Mayor Gildy, City Council, City staff. Once again, my name is Sarah Olszewski, and I am here as part of 805 Immigrant Rapid Response Network and 805 and DocuFund. Thank you for putting this item on the agenda and for listening to us on this and for always giving us our full time. I'm going to keep this short. I am fully in favor of the City Council endorsing the Ventura County Neighbors Support Coalition and entering into an agreement with the VCCF to provide funding for Food Share and Satakoy Food Hub. After the raids on Glass House, a local business opened their doors to accept donations. Quickly, members of the community started showing up and volunteers present started distributing food. The line quickly grew to wrap around the block, and we've told you all this before. At sites like this and others throughout the county, we often see children coming up to pick the necessities because the parents are afraid, but their fridges and pantries are empty. This isn't a political issue, it's a humanitarian issue. The need was there and will continue to grow as our community continues to be torn apart. Stand with the other cities of Ventura County who have joined, including Thousand Oaks, Port Hueneme, Ventura, and Fillmore. Support items 1 and 2, and do not stop here. Keep supporting the most vulnerable among us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Maria Acosta's Joseph, and then Blanca will be after that.
Good evening. You ever feel like the nerd who's tried to sit down at the cool kids table and realize you're not even part of the conversation? That's a little bit how I'm feeling right now. Because there is somebody significant missing from this little bit of a love fest going on between elected officials and the NGOs. And it's the taxpayer. I'm the nerd. I'm the taxpayer. We never seem to be involved. You get unlimited time, they get unlimited time. The taxpayer never gets unlimited time. That being said, I am anything if consistent. I oppose taxpayer money being given to NGOs regardless of cause. You can call me Scrooge as well, but that's just how I feel. It is not the purpose of government to donate to charities. That is a function that should be done. The charities should be raising money from private funds or from business owners. That's the appropriate source, because I guarantee you, you're looking at $50,000 now, that won't stop. There'll be more, because it never stops. When it comes to a government program, there is nothing that is more closer to immortality than all of a sudden a government entitlement. It never goes away. So that is, my position has not changed on NGOs, and this is not a reflection on any NGO. They're doing good work. I just believe you need to be funded privately, not with taxpayer money. Because when taxpayer money comes up, my first question is the same question I asked before. So if you approve 2, 3, and 4, you have up to $100,000 that you're looking at because it's an and/or on this thing. If you've got that much money sitting around, I have a question. What service are you cutting? And if you say you're not cutting a service, what emergency fund are you cutting? And if you're saying it's not the emergency fund, then you've got extra money sitting around that should be applied to some place in government where we are already paying more and more fees, more and more taxes, because nothing ever seems to go down cost-wise. It always goes up. And I'm so happy Edison was here because it ties in with this. If that money is just lying around, are you trimming enough trees to make sure that we're reducing fire hazard? Do you have an emergency generator program for our at-risk populations to make sure that the city can step up in an earthquake or another wildfire? There's plenty of places to put emergency funding. And the last piece that I'm always concerned about when tax money goes to an NGO is accountability. We should have a map of the city of Camarillo up, because right now I'm not confident that money that is given is actually going to help, as Mayor Kildee said, people within the city of Camarillo. And the population the mayor was looking at was children. So we've veered off from that already, and I just don't think this is what it was. So I have an accountability issue as well with this. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, Joseph, and then after Joseph is Blanca, and after that is Kay Wolverton.
Hi, I'm Joseph Dobzinski Jr., and I'm a resident of Camarillo. Before I get started with my comments, I just want to say I'm absolutely in favor of the City Council providing funds to the Ventura County Community Fund and/or Food Share. Both donations would powerfully affect the community in important ways. Please approve all of these funds, because at least some of them will go towards the migrant and immigrant community so desperately in need of help right now. But I can't help but notice that none of this is what we've asked you for these populations. While other cities and counties have recognized and addressed the trouble within these communities specifically, when we brought forward our requests, many of which were not monetary in nature, they were either rejected or ignored. You didn't even bring them up for a vote, and probably won't, because then some of you would be on record as having rejected aid for these populations or failed to pass them, and that wouldn't look good for your political career ambitions. I can't help but notice that these funding requests violate all the restrictions that Council members Tremblay and Tennyson laid out as problematic for funding either legal aid or direct relief for the migrant and immigrant communities. That the charities might fund people outside the narrow confines of the city of Camarillo, that the charities are nonprofits that shouldn't be funded with civic dollars. Kind of hard not to notice that one of these charities happens to be one that Councilmember Tennyson routinely fundraises for. At least Councilmember Martinez Bravo recused herself from the last discussion. I can't help but notice that there are no requests for strings attached and red tape to track where every dollar goes and being added to these proposals, unlike the proposals we sent forward 2 meetings ago, which was going to require another $50K in funds to track where the original $50K was going. And unlike the 37% of the city budget that gets shoveled to the Ventura County Sheriff's Office with nearly no oversight or accounting. Hell, you all even rejected an effort to audit that contract previously, and that's literally a multi-million-dollar contract. Truth be told, it feels like this is an effort to do something instead of nothing, even though that something is not anything we asked for. And it tells the migrant and immigrant communities that this council doesn't care about them specifically, but only if it is politically expedient. Kind of like those folks who screamed, "All lives matter," when others were saying Black lives matter. So by all means, pass these agenda items to fund these programs. It will eventually help some of those populations we are actively helping and assisting, but they are not what we asked for, do very little to prevent the attacks on these communities, and really seem to serve only to assuage your consciences.
Thank you.
Okay, Blanca's next, and after Blanca's is Kay Wolverton, and then Jack Ito.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you for putting item S on the agenda. We really do appreciate it. I fully support item number 1. I believe this is probably the easiest ask. You know, it doesn't require any money, and supporting an existing coalition where other cities recently in our county have voted unanimously to support. So I would really appreciate and love if you guys can do that as well. Again, it doesn't require any money. The second, I also support item number 2. Listening to the presentations this evening, it's evident that our community needs are growing and dire. And to those who maybe categorize themselves as Scrooges right now, I just want to read. For I was hungry, you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty, you gave me something to drink. I was a stranger and you invited me in. Truly, I tell you, whatever you did for one of the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me. So just a reminder to be a good neighbor, support one another, and love one another. And I really appreciate you guys this evening. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, after Kay will be Jack and then Bren Shearer.
If that's Jack Ito, he's not speaking.
He's not.
Okay. My son. I'm Kay Wolvertonito. Good evening. I'm in support of funding. I think you'll figure that out. My expectation of the council tonight is for you to take action, to direct the city manager to provide crucial community support funding. The Ventura County Community Foundation, and by the way, Vanessa was fabulous in fielding your questions, as was Jennifer. I'm totally amazed at that because I cannot speak off the cuff. I over-prepare. And their answers were fabulous and should have given you a lot of comfort in what is being suggested. Anyway, VCCF, the locally recognized leader in local charitable management, has laid out a pathway for you to make a meaningful and fiscally responsible decision that will affect people's health and well-being in the immediate and near future and potentially beyond. The city manager has confirmed that both Food Share and Saticoy Food Hub and their funding requests are consistent with existing City Council Policy 1.12, Community Service Grants. VCCF has greatly simplified this decision for you, firstly by building broad and respected coalition of civic, business, nonprofit, education, and faith leaders that has taken responsibility for vetting organizations and their grant requests, and has presented to you 2 organizations that have demonstrated their expertise and how funding would address immediate needs in our community. Secondly, VCCF has promised to match funding, thereby doubling the impact of community service grant funding. The city's community grant funding policy, for those of you who are not aware, states that, quote, in addition to its fiduciary responsibility to provide essential services, the city desires to support special community programs and activities of direct benefit to Camarillo residents, end quote. The policy goes on to state that eligible organizations themselves must directly serve or benefit Camarillo residents. Nowhere in the policy under ineligible events and organizations does it state that they have to serve Camarillo residents exclusively. Please, don't let those stipulations hobble you from making a crucial investment in response to a crisis that affects so many who live in or near Camarillo, or who work in our city limits, or who live in unincorporated areas but send their children to Camarillo schools. Please choose to do the responsible thing and work with VCCF to make a meaningful difference during this unprecedented time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, next person is Bren Shearer, and after Bren will be Mary Kennedy and then David Gilbertson.
Hello, my name is Bryn Shear. I've been a resident of Camarillo for 34 years. I was a special education teacher in Pleasant Valley School District for 29 years and retired in 2020. I was here a few weeks ago when this issue came up, and I was here speaking and basically saying the same thing. I'd like to basically reiterate what Maria said. I believe that taxpayer money should only be going to city business, infrastructure, and law enforcement. I think that nonprofit organizations and charities do great work. All the ones mentioned last time were great. The ones mentioned this time do great work. But I personally feel that taxpayer money should not be the source. It should only be private donations given to these, not government sources, given to these organizations. I'm big into accountability. I want to know transparency is important. Is the money only being given to Camarillo residents, since this is the Camarillo City Council, not Ventura County supervisor meeting? How do we know where the money is going, and as if it's just going to Camarillo residents? Where is the money coming from? As Maria stated, is that money extra money that we have just lying around? If so, there's probably lots of people that give you input where to spend that money. And is it being taken from some other area where we need, it shouldn't be taken from? I kind of feel like this is just kind of like Groundhog Day. I feel like I'm at the same meeting I was at a couple weeks ago when they wanted money to be given from you to, or from us, not from you, from us, taxpayer money, given to different organizations. And now I feel like it's a bait and switch where they just change the names of the organization, but they still want taxpayer money. And I urge you not to do that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Mary Kennedy. And after Mary will be David Gilbertson and Julie Hanson.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council, and thank you for the opportunity to exercise my First Amendment right both to speak and to petition the government. I appreciate that very much. I also am reminded of the preamble to the Constitution, which includes among the purposes of our great Constitution, the provision for the common welfare. And for those reasons, I wish to urge you to support item S on the agenda tonight. There is nothing more basic to human survival than food, and this is to not do this, I think, would be a penny-wise and pound-foolish decision. Think about the effects of poor nutrition on pregnant women who may give birth to children who are already going to be behind. Okay? We want healthy mothers, healthy babies, and that begins with good prenatal nutrition. Think about the effects on children who may go to school hungry and not therefore ready to learn, because who can pay attention if all you can think about is the fact that your stomach is growling? Think about the effects on seniors for whom a healthy meal may be what enables them to live longer and healthier, to not be in our emergency rooms, to not be the subject of unnecessary ambulance calls as a result of poor nutrition, of their body chemistry dropping, not enough potassium from fresh fruits and vegetables and so forth. If you think about all of those things, the benefit to our community in the catastrophes, great and small, that you can avoid is far greater than the dollars that are at issue here. And so I ask your unequivocal support for this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, David Gilbertson, and after David will be Julie Hanson and Diana Marquez.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. I appreciate some of the comments in support of this action by the council. Public-private partnerships, I assume, are pretty common among cities, and that would include NGOs, where you can raise some funds or dedicate a fund source from the city's budget that will help leverage matching funds from other sources. This is not uncommon. It was something we regularly did with the city of Seattle. Yes, we were fiscally responsible for managing those funds, as well as monitoring our partnerships with NGOs. So the action items that you have, it seems to me that this funding, and I know this from some of the contributions that have been made from Food Share, shouldn't be limited only to Camarillo residents, because the need is broader than that. It, in fact, includes all people in need in Ventura County. So let's ask other cities in Ventura County to join with this city and to provide financial assistance to address this humanitarian issue. There is increasing demand. There's no question about it. In fact, there were federal funds probably helping food share that may not be there anymore. So I think the proper action is to approve this funding request, reach out to our fellow cities in Ventura and see if they will also join with you. Take some bold leadership here. These families need help, especially our farm worker families who also make great contributions to our community and the hard work they do to help feed our families. Lastly, I didn't get a chance to mention this, but I think the Camarillo City Council should take action to meet with representatives from Thousand Oaks and Moore Park to ensure that the contract police services with the Ventura Sheriff's Office have measurable outcomes focused on rebuilding public trust and protecting our community's public safety. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Julie Hansen, and after Julie will be Diana Marquez, and then Paul Caruth, which is my last signed up speaker.
Hello, I'm Julie Hansen, and I support item 1 and 2 for this. I think anybody who is not in favor of providing food for people should really question their morals, because it is incredibly important for everyone to have basic needs. And I think as a community, we're not just like, we don't live in a bubble. People come into our city to come to our stores. They come to our city to work. They come to our cities and provide services for us. And we go to other cities, and that is why we are a community, and we all work together, and we should all be taking care of each other. So, yes, thank you for putting it on the agenda, and thank you for considering it, because it's very important. And other cities have already joined, so you would be joining in with more of our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, after Diana will be Paul Caruth.
My name is Diana Marquez, and I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but hearing some of these callous opinions, I couldn't help but make sure that my voice is heard. I just sat here right now, and things that came to mind for me is that we are a government for the people, by the people, and of the people. The government's job is to protect the health, education, and welfare of its society. That's why you exist. Our taxpayer dollars go to you to protect and serve us, not just some of us, but all of us. This organization is able to stand here and tell you that they have a 5 times buying power, that they now have matching funds for that doubles that power, that makes it 10 times more efficient. You would be negligent to not spend our money supporting this measure. The callous opinions, because that's what they are, of the few folks who spoke and said that governments should not be funding NGOs is just that. It is opinion, and it is erroneous. I simply picked up my phone and I said to Google, is it the job of municipalities to fund NGOs? And here's the answer. Yes, municipalities do fund non-governmental organizations through grants, contracts, and direct funding initiatives, especially for projects that align with local development priorities like health, education, and social welfare. This financial support is a common way that governments at all levels leverage the specialized work of NGOs to address community needs and objectives and achieve their shared objectives. We hope that you do share this objective. Then it goes on to list the ways that you can do so. So do your job, Follow what the other cities in this area are doing and become leaders instead of followers. Stop listening to opinion, start listening to fact.
Thank you.
Okay, Paul Kurth.
Hello, my name is Paul Caruth. I'm a resident here in Camarillo. I just want to say just how delighted I am that you guys are entertaining this agenda item. I really hope you approve number one here. In terms of what we kind of expect from our leaders, I think it is kind of exactly this. Like, how can we help our families? How can we help our neighborhoods be strong? We're kind of having these issues right now, and I think this really shows that you guys are kind of taking the reins on this, and we really appreciate that. As a citizen, I'm just delighted that you guys are entertaining this. I hope you endorse it. And also with number two, I think that this definitely coincides with the mission of the council, to the extent that I'm aware and competent to know what that is. But it's going to help just the entire community. People are going to be able to take care of themselves. It's going to pay dividends into the future. I wouldn't mind if you guys just paid $50,000 yourself, but we know that by giving it to a nonprofit, the scale with which they can help the residents of our community is just exponential. And so I hope that you approve number one and number two. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do not have any other speakers signed up.
Did you want to say something, Carmen?
Yes, Council. I just wanted to clarify again the recommendation of the City Council as you deliberate, and if you have additional questions. Recommendation number one is to endorse the Ventura County Neighbor Support Coalition, again, which does not commit the city to any funding Rather, it establishes the city's recognition for the work that the VCCF is doing. Recommendation number two then directs the city manager to enter into an agreement with VCCF to provide funding in the amount of $50,000 to support Food Share and Saticoy Food Hub in the amounts as indicated in recommendations 3 and 4. As I mentioned earlier, recommendation 3 suggested to be revised that reads, direct the city manager to provide community support funding in the amount of $15,000. Recommendation 4 then is direct the city manager to provide community support funding in the amount of $35,000. So the recommendation is for an amount of $50,000 in total, combined in the amounts of $15,000 to Food Share, which is recommendation 3, and $35,000 to Saticoy Food Hub, which is recommendation 4. So just wanted to clarify that it's not $100,000, it's $50,000.
Thank you for that. Question? Okay, so with that, we'll get down to discussion and perhaps recommendation, and I'm going to ask Martita, would you like to start us off tonight, please?
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. And I have not had the opportunity to speak to this item, so I appreciate all of your patience and your time. Thank you to every single person who is here today, to those who have shown up in the past, and to those who have spoken and written letters. I appreciate all of your perspectives, whether I agree or I disagree with you. I have listened to all of you. Overall, what I will share on a personal level is that I am truly saddened by the state of our country and by the continued divisiveness that exists in our country as a whole and in our community. Thank you for sharing your concerns. I hear you, and I share some of those concerns as well. The official mission statement of the City of Camarillo states that we are dedicated, in quotes, to providing effective and efficient municipal services that promote a high quality of life, economic vitality, and a safe environment for all. That is for all, not some. One of our goals under community enrichment echoes that mission. It reads, it is the goal of the City Council to provide a safe and enriched environment where people can live, work, and play. Another one of our agreed upon goals and objectives is to strengthen the support for the nonprofit sector, and it is through the funding that we provide, which we do. Another goal is to continue to support our local university, CSUCI, on which I serve on that site authority board as an alternate. We saw the mission of our city come to life in November of 2024, when the fast-moving mountain fire swept through our area, burning roughly 20,000 acres. Although most of the damage occurred in the unincorporated parts of Camarillo, the media and public naturally refer to it as the Camarillo Mountain Fire. Despite jurisdictional boundaries, the city of Camarillo mobilized quickly. We used our public resources to serve those affected. As council members, each of us stepped into our own ways, visiting displaced residents, delivering meals to volunteers at Padre Serra Parish, which was one of the designated shelters, and bringing food to our local fire and police stations. In times of crisis, the lines between, quote, incorporated and unincorporated don't matter. What matters is people, our neighbors, who live, work, and play here. When they hurt, we all feel it. And when they need help, we show up. Our community is interconnected. The safety net that we provide isn't limited by zip codes or boundaries. It's defined by compassion, responsibility, and unity. The same truth applies to the situation involving our partner at CSUCI and the events surrounding the July 10th raid, also located in the unincorporated part of Camarillo. The people who live and work there are part of our daily lives. They attend our schools, eat in our restaurants, shop in our stores, worship in our churches, and the farm workers who harvest our food, they feed us. They are us. There are moments when city governments must rise beyond traditional roles, whether it's responding to a natural disaster as the mountain fire or a man-made federal crisis. We are called to act, and not just because it is expected, but because it is right. Right now, our community is hurting. And while we may not be able to control all of the causes, we do have the power and moral obligation to respond in the ways that we can. That's what leadership looks like. That's what community means. And that's, I believe, we in Camarillo are committed to doing. There are many things we can live without, but water and food are not among them. Right now, the city of Camarillo is fighting aggressively to protect our water rights, as we should, because our access to water is under attack. Likewise, our food supply and economic vitality are threatened when federal authorities target Ventura County's $2 billion agricultural industry and its workforce. This is beyond our local control. But as our motto goes, las personas son la ciudad, the people are the city. And it's our people who are left hurting. Councilmember Tremblay, at the last council meeting, you said that this administration has lost its way. I want to echo that sentiment. and add that I believe the U.S. Supreme Court has also lost its way, giving permission for families who look like mine to be targeted simply for the color of our skin. I worry deeply about the trauma this creates for our community and about the growing divide between the left and the right. I fear this division is sometimes intentional, designed to weaken us instead of strengthening us. But here in Camarillo, I believe we are better than that. We are an example of what respectful civil discourse should look like. At the local level, we are the closest to the people that we serve. And neither the state nor the federal government understands our community like we do. Unfortunately, recent actions by the federal government are instilling fear and causing trauma in our community, whether you're documented or not. To truly understand what trauma looks like in our community, we must first understand what trauma does. Trauma changes the brain, and its effects can be passed down through generations. For many of us in marginalized communities, the weight of historical discrimination and violence is not just in the past. It's something we still carry with us every day. That pain doesn't simply go away. It shapes how we live. It shapes how we trust, how we relate to the world around us. Trauma is reborn when history repeats itself. And today, the Latino community is once again being targeted by this administration. In moments like this, even celebrating Hispanic Heritage Month can feel hollow. How do we celebrate when our communities are under attack? The Latino community in the United States has endured deep and lasting trauma from a long history of racist policies and systemic discrimination. These policies didn't just harm in the moment, they left behind generational scars, created deep distrust in institutions, widened economic inequalities, and displaced our cultures and communities. When we talk about trauma in our community, we're not just talking about isolated incidents or personal struggles. We're talking about a legacy, a history of policies and practices that have inflicted deep wounds across generations. And if we want healing, we must first tell the truth of where that pain comes from. Let's start with Operation Wetback in 1954. Over 1 million people, including US citizens of Mexican descent, which included a tío of mine, were deported in a sweeping campaign by the federal government. Families were torn apart, often without warning or due process. People were left in remote areas of Mexico with no food, shelter, or support. That one policy created a lasting fear and mistrust of law enforcement and immigration authorities, and it reinforced the false and harmful idea that Latinos are illegals. Then there was the horrifying era of forced sterilizations, particularly in the 1960s and the 70s. Thousands of Latina women, Mexican American, Puerto Rican especially, were sterilized in public hospitals without proper consent. Women were misled, coerced, and outright lied to. This violated their most basic human rights. It broke families. It left behind pain and stigma that still exists today. And it reinforced racist ideas about controlling the reproduction of so-called undesirable populations. Many of us also don't know the full story of the Bracero program. Both of my grandparents were braceros. This program ran from 1942 to 1964. Mexican laborers were brought into the United States to work in agriculture, often underpaid, overworked, and housed in terrible conditions. Many never received the wages they were promised. It institutionalized the exploitation of Mexican labor and helped shape the narrative that Latinos are temporary, disposable workers, not full members of our communities. Here locally, in the early 1990s, Ventura County was the site of one of California's most serious labor trafficking cases. A flower grower in Somis smuggled hundreds of Mexican workers into the United States and subjected them to exploitative conditions. Workers were severely underpaid, forced to live in poor conditions, and denied basic rights, a situation federal investigators described as, quote, modern-day slavery. We also can't ignore school segregation and educational inequality. For decades, Latino children, especially in the Southwest, were placed in separate, underfunded schools. They were punished for speaking Spanish. This wasn't just about unequal education. It was about the cultural erasure and a message that said, you don't belong here. Today, we still see the ripple effects in underfunded schools, tracking systems, and barriers to higher education. And then there's the history of criminalization and over-policing, a trauma that continues to this day. Latino neighborhoods countrywide are often over-surveilled and disproportionately policed. It's because of experiences like this that family members like mine chose to enter local law enforcement, and it has been the same sentiment shared by members from the National Latino Police Officers Association that they shared with me. They wanted to be a part of the change from within. Families currently live in fear of ICE raids and federal immigration enforcement. Children have witnessed their parents taken away or find out that their parents are not coming back. Even US citizens live in fear because racial profiling doesn't ask for your papers, it just sees your face. It's important to make a clear distinction here. In California, local law enforcement does not engage in immigration enforcement. State laws like the California Values Act prohibit local police and sheriffs from using their resources to investigate or detain people based solely on immigration status. Local officers are focused on public safety, not immigration, and I know our chief of police has worked very hard to engage in dozens of community events. Regarding the several questions I have received about the use of parking spaces, it is a conversation that Councilmember Tennyson and I both had with Sheriff Freihoff and that I personally had with our city attorney. And my understanding, and if our attorney can clarify as well and add any substance to that, but my understanding is neither the city of Camarillo nor Sheriff Freihoff has any authority over those parking spaces.
I can state that those are public parking locations, and so anybody in the public's permitted to use them, and so it would be difficult, and we're finding that cities that have even passed those sorts of prohibitions, or ICE is still going to those public parking lots because they are public.
Thank you. Despite these legal protections, the trauma remains because many in our community see the difference between ICE and a uniform isn't always clear, and especially when that fear has been passed down through generations of enforcement and discrimination. We've also seen damaging laws like Proposition 187 in California and SB 1070, for example, in Arizona, laws that encourage racial profiling and denied basic services like healthcare and education to undocumented people. These policies pushed our communities into the shadows and made people afraid to go to the doctor, send their children to school, or report a crime. It sounds very, very similar to what many are experiencing now. All of these examples, from deportations to sterilizations to segregated schools, share something in common. They are not just history, they are trauma that lives in our bodies, our families, and our communities. The trauma has lasting effects. It creates intergenerational fear and mistrust passed down through stories and lived experiences. It fuels mistrusts of institution, healthcare, education, and law enforcement. It causes cultural suppression as families feel pressure to assimilate and abandon their language and heritage. It strains our mental health because racism, instability, and constant threat of deportation take a toll, and it leads to political disempowerment through gerrymandering, voter suppression, and policies that try to silence our vote. I personally appreciate the different points of views that are brought to me by our community. And I have heard those that believe that public funds should not be used to support families impacted by any type of immigration enforcement. And I will say this, we have a broken immigration system. For over 40 years, both Republicans and Democrats have failed to enact meaningful reform. Despite this, undocumented immigrants continue to contribute to our communities. They pay taxes, support local economies, and help fund essential services, including police and city jobs. In the United States, we place a high demand on agricultural industry and farm workers, many of whom are immigrants. And they meet that need. They make it possible for your family and mine to have food on the table. In a city like Camarillo, with a population of 70,000, we all benefit from the labor of farm workers because we all eat. Now, regarding the action that we have before us today, I acknowledge that I am one of 5 decision makers on this council. And with that in mind, this is what I personally would like to propose, and then hear what my fellow council members have to say. I would like to propose and move the following. Number 1, that we endorse the Ventura County Community Foundation's Neighbor Fund Coalition. Number 2, that we address food insecurity in our community, including our neighbors in the unincorporated areas. That is including CSUCI students specifically. I went to UC Irvine, and as a first-generation student, I remember being hungry while I was there receiving higher education. And that is why I think it is important to also focus on our students. In addition, I'd like to specifically name Somis Ranch. By supporting the VCCF through the Saticoy Food Hub at $35,000, in addition to food share of $15,000 that will be matched by the Ventura County Community Foundation. And additionally, I would like to request an additional $20,000 to be allocated to food share, bringing their total to $35,000. Altogether, this would be a $70,000 investment from the city of Camarillo of a population of 70,000 people to fight food insecurity, both within our city and our surrounding unincorporated families. And that is where I stand, and that is what I'm personally interested in moving forward.
Thank you. Who would like to go next? Susan?
Council member, is that a motion? Or
Yes, actually, I would consider that motion.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'd like to thank everyone who's been here tonight and been here for previous meetings. Your presence, your emails, they're all been very much appreciated, and I appreciate you being here. I've already spoken at length about how I feel about what's happening regarding immigration and ICE in our community. I, in fact, was the council member that asked for this item to be placed on the agenda, so I believe my position is quite clear. I want to thank Councilmember Martinez Bravo for her comments and for being able to participate in tonight's discussion. There is a crisis in our community, and this council should respond. Tonight's agenda item has many options for this response. I continue to believe that we should contribute a total of $75,000. $75,000 is less than 0.5% of our annual budget, but it will have an invaluable and direct impact on stabilizing families and businesses. I also believe that we need to recognize that many of the people being affected are our community members, even if they don't reside in city limits. These people contribute to our economy, to putting food on our plates, to building our homes, to cleaning our homes, to washing our cars, to owning businesses. According to Beacon Economics, minority-owned small businesses are fundamental to the Golden State's economy, constituting 1.9 million, almost half of the state's 4.1 million businesses. Bruce Stenzel of the EDC recently wrote that, quote, "One data point that few people realize, nearly 40% of all small businesses in California are owned by immigrants, including 11% undocumented entrepreneurs. To be sure, this is an essential and irreplaceable source of job creation for us all." When the mountain fire struck our community, this council acted quickly and decisively to respond to all of those who were affected, not just those who live within the city boundaries. When crisis hit our community, our response was inclusive and robust. We should meet the needs of this crisis with that same resolve. Despite my strong feelings, I am but one vote on this council and realize there are different opinions on the dais tonight about which direction we should choose. I'm willing to discuss my colleagues' viewpoints and come to a consensus on how we should contribute funds. What I'm not willing to agree to is that we do nothing. And so I support Councilmember Martinez Bravo's motion. We should endorse the Ventura County Neighbor Support Fund, VCCF Neighbor Support Fund. While I believe we should contribute a total of $75,000, I can settle on $70,000. The funds should go to VCCF so that we are taking advantage of the matching funds. And that's where I stand tonight. So I second your motion.
Thank you.
Other discussion? Anybody have any other? Like, sir?
Sure, I'll go ahead, thank you. Thank you both, Susan and Martita, for your comments. Thank you to everyone who has spoken, who has come before us in prior weeks and spoken. I've spoken at length at a prior meeting on my perspective on the current circumstances, so I'm not going to go through that tonight. My suggestion, Mr. Mayor, is that we do this in two, we deal with these issues in two increments. One, the first with respect to item number 1 and relative to a potential endorsement of VCCF, and I'll speak to that. And the second, speak to what financial contributions, if any, we should be making, and those are really taking into account items 2, 3, and 4 on the agenda. And reasonable minds can differ on that, but that would be my suggestion, Mr. Mayor, when the time comes. I'm only going to speak with respect to item number 1 at the moment. And when the time comes, I'd like to be heard with respect to 2. I might as well do both at once. What the heck? We're on a roll, right?
Let's do it now.
All right. With respect to number 1, the endorsement of VCCF's efforts, I'm very familiar with VCCF over many years. It's an outstanding organization with outstanding leadership, and I'm looking at Vanessa and Mike and praising them because I know how dedicated they are to our community. I've personally, from a full disclosure standpoint, personally donated personal funds to VCCF. As I think I said last, I don't believe that public taxpayer funds should be going to the neighbor support fund. We have a difference of opinion, I know, on the council on that. With respect, though, to endorsing it, I'm willing to do that because I think the purposes that it serves are noble. I do have some concerns about it. So let me just make the concerns, let me just note those. I have a concern about precedent, about endorsing a specific nonprofit. The city has a very robust community service grant process that we engage in each and every year. This is happening, and obviously there are unique circumstances at issue. It's not just what's going on with respect to immigration matters. It's also, in my opinion, going on with respect to the general economy and the state of economy and the cost of living and the pressure that Food Share and Satiquay Food Hub and other folks who are trying to correct food insecurity are experiencing. But the fact of the matter is, this is distinguishable in my mind from our community service grant process. That process is quite rigorous. Gosh, I remember we do applications, and I know city staff goes through this in quite a bit of detail. So my concern is this council has supported other nonprofits in the past. I do not want to see a situation, or I am concerned about seeing a situation where other nonprofits would come and seek endorsement for what they do. So I am concerned about that from a precedent standpoint. But that being said, I support the purposes of the Neighborhood Support Fund, VCCF fund, and so I'm willing to support that. So on item 1, I'm a yes, with some reservations, and I just wanted them noted. Item number 2, I think we're going to end, reasonable minds can differ, and all 5 of us think different on this. First of all, I think that providing funds is appropriate in this instance. It's appropriate not only from a city council goals standpoint, it's consistent with our city's goals. One speaker talked about the Constitution. It is consistent, in my personal view, with the Constitution. It is typical for municipalities and counties to support NGOs in various matters where the municipality or the county believes that what the NGO is providing is so critical to the welfare of their respective residents that, in my view, it becomes appropriate. And again, I recognize we have very unique circumstances here, which not only stem from the immigration, also stems from the state of our economy, local and national economy. I don't agree with speakers who have said there should be no funds, no public funds sent by the city to NGOs for the reasons I've already articulated. That would eliminate our entire program for community services grants. That would obviate the reasons why we do what we do relative to doing these community services grants. So I respectfully don't agree, and I recognize that people have differing points of view. With respect to another speaker, I think there is a significant distinction between providing funds for legal defense for undocumented individuals, which I did not support, and I said that at the last meeting, and I'll repeat it again, versus providing funds, public funds, to a nonprofit which is fulfilling the specific needs of individuals in our community and which are open to all, not just on immigration status, but to all who are suffering food insecurity, and that's an extremely important point for me. At the same time, I think we also have a fiduciary responsibility to our residents, to our taxpayers, and to people who live within the city. So I have a difference of opinion with both of my valued colleagues with respect to making it broader. I would far rather focus on making sure that that the funds that the city is spending, and I will be in support of that. I'll cut to the chase in a minute, go to city residents. Or that there be a certification by the nonprofit who's providing that food, and I think Jennifer spoke to it earlier in terms of the number of unduplicated residents. I think it needs to go to residents because I think we owe that as a fiduciary duty to our residents. Because we don't represent the unincorporated area. I fully acknowledge that there are a lot of individuals in that area. We consider them part of the community, you're right, but we also have this fiduciary obligation. Now turning to 2, 3, and 4, much as I highly appreciate all of VCCF's efforts, and I do, I think that we should not do number 2. I think we should do number 3. And let me outline why. I think we need to send the funds directly to the nonprofit that is providing the food and not have, and Vanessa and Mike, I don't mean this with any disrespect whatsoever, not have a middleman in the middle. And I know you said you weren't taking any administrative, I totally get it and I understand and I appreciate it, and I know you're saying that in very good faith. But I think from a transparency standpoint, it needs to go directly to the nonprofit. And I would like the nonprofit to certify to the city 2 things. One, that the funds are going towards service to city residents, City of Camarillo residents. And number 2, that they, and I think Ms. Caldwell already said this, Jennifer, you already said this, there's no distinction made between recipients in terms of their immigration status. It could be anybody. It could be a senior living alone in Leisure Village, who is a citizen, et cetera, but there's no distinction. And those are 2 certifications that I would do. I can be persuaded on this, but what I would suggest is that we fully fund food shares. Oh, let me talk about that. I'm really familiar with Food Share over the course of many years, and it's an outstanding organization. It serves our region with distinction. I will say, I think Food Share, based on my understanding this evening, would send food to the same food pantries that the other organization, Satiquai Food Hub, would send it. So in that sense, I think it's duplicative. I do think it's an appropriate use of public funds for the reasons I gave earlier. I'm not sure, and I don't doubt the good faith or the efficacy of Satiquai Food Hub. I'm just not as familiar with them, and they are, and to my knowledge, they have not served our residents before, as opposed to Food Share. So what I'm thinking, and I'm ready to have more conversation on this, is to fund Food Share with a $50,000 contribution, which would meet its $28,000 request and provide additional funds. There would be no need for matching funds from VCCF. Again, I appreciate that. I really appreciate that. But I think from a transparency standpoint, I'd rather see us spend the money on a nonprofit that we all know does serve Camarillo residents. And again, that sounds like I'm saying something disparaging about Satiquai Food Hub, and I'm not. I just don't know them, and they are outside. You know, they're in a different population, or different city. So my suggestion would be to approve item number 1, and endorse. By the way, what an endorsement is, according to any dictionary I look at, is a public expression of support or approval for their efforts. that's not hard for me to do, with the caveats, the reservations that I gave before, the concerns I gave before. So I think we should do number one, along the lines of what's in the staff report, and the city is not committing to any funding support. And then with respect to number two, my view is that we provide $50,000 to food share directly with, and as a condition, make those two have food share make those two certifications to the city. So that's my view. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Vice Mayor, do you want to add anything?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I share some of the same concerns Councilmember Tremblay does about precedents of endorsing NGOs. And I too am very familiar with VCCF. I've heard plenty about the Ventura County Neighbors Support Coalition. And I guess what I'd ask, so that going forward, not just this council, but future councils will have some direction. So I would ask staff to come up with a draft recommended policy that then comes to the policy committee. So going forward, when we have these kinds of requests, not during the budget process, not during a regular application, we have some guidance on what criteria we're going to look at in order to fund or endorse an NGO. I can support item number one and give them City Council's endorsement for VCCF. I have concerns about the Sataquai Food Hub, and it's not anything disparaging about them, but I couldn't find any information on their website. None of their board members live in Camarillo. In fact, I think most of them are in Ventura and Oxnard. I couldn't find any footprint for the Sataquai Food Hub in Camarillo. I am well aware of FoodShare's footprint in Camarillo. I've had the opportunity to volunteer at the food distribution at the Pleasant Valley Rec and Park District Community Center on certain Fridays. My Lions Club supported them with worker bees to help distribute the food. And I want to guess that there was about 280 to 200 cars plus bicycles and walk-ups to our local distribution every Friday at Pleasant Valley Rec and Park. And also the other partners that FoodShare has in the city of Camarillo with the various food pantries and churches. So I too would support, and I know this is going to go back a little bit about what I said before, that we have a normal process, but I went back and looked at city policy. I also looked at the city council's goals and objectives, and we very specifically said we want to interact and show more support for NGOs. In fact, I believe in the last year, we removed a percent policy so that we could give more money to NGOs. And those NGOs include the Camarillo Boys and Girls Club, the YMCA, Kids Stream, and many other nonprofits that we have supported and we continue to support in our community. So I can support Councilmember Tremblay's recommendation that we cut out any middleman and that we support Ventura County Food Share. I also want to point out that I have not actively fundraised for either of these organizations. I have given personal funds to both VCCF and Food Share, but I have not actively fundraised. I think I may have done one social media post lauding them for their shindig, their 4th annual shindig. So it's inaccurate to say I actively or frequently fundraise for them. I support them myself. So I can go along with Mr. Tremblay's recommendation. We break out item number one as a standalone, and then we can discuss the rest of it.
Mr. Mayor, real quickly, to disclose, not only have I donated money personally to VCCF in the past, I've also donated money, my wife and I have donated money to Food Share, just in terms of disclosure. Thank you.
Anything else? All right, I'm going to make my comments brief because there's been a whole lot of talk and necessary talk, but I'm going to start with this. We need a comprehensive immigration reform bill locally, statewide, and nationally. And guess what? It's going to take Democrats and Republicans and independents to work together on that. I'm old enough to remember when Democrats and Republicans used to work a little bit with each other, and I think that they can do that again. That's what it's going to take. And I'm hoping that our elected officials and anybody else that can start that conversation, the time is now. Time is overtime. I do support that we do take item 1.1 separately. I am somewhat familiar with the Satakoy Food Hub. They do a lot of vegetables. Most of them are growing a lot here. They do a lot of good stuff too. I'm not as familiar with them as I am with Food Share, of course. But I want to remind my colleagues up here that one of the statistics that really stands out to me is they're able to extend the dollars here. For every dollar, $5 come back. And this will give us an opportunity to help local people right now, which is really important, rather than to send a bunch of money someplace where we don't really know what, when, why, or how it's used. This will help local people right now. I too would like to give precedence to Camarillo residents, but if somebody's hungry, I don't want to turn down anybody that's hungry. Morally and ethically, I just can't do that. So my preference would be Camarillo residents, but not to turn down anybody that's hungry. I can support the $50,000. Councilmember Martinez Bravo made up a really good point. Councilmember Santangelo made up a good point. I would like to ask this: if we do bump that up to 50,000, can we still get the matching funds on that? That would be an important part of my vote tonight. So if anybody has that information, I think it'd be really important right now if somebody would like to, from Food Share, I don't mean to put anybody on the spot, but I would like to be able to know that if possible.
You mean if we bump it up to 70? Or to just leave it at the proposed 50?
If we bump that, instead of going up to the 15,000, if we bump that up to 50, will there be a match on that? And I don't want to put you on the spot, but if there's some information you could bring forward would be great.
So obviously, I report to a board.
Right.
We love Food Share, and I just what I can share with you is that I have had a donor that has been supporting the Neighbor Support Fund, who was eager to help if the funds. And I really I'm
Yeah,
so thankful. Yeah, but I just want to make sure to share. First of all, I'm so grateful to all of you, and I know you care about your community, and I just really have been moved by the discussion. I have a feeling that they would say yes to that. I just wasn't what I.
Yeah, can I rephrase that a little bit?
Yeah.
Again, I don't mean to put you on
Yeah.
the spot. Is there an opportunity for the board to consider that?
Yes, 1,000%. First thing in the morning, I'm sure I could reach everybody, but I really do think that they would approve it. I just need to ask them. And I will tell you, I feel very confident that they would want to support. I just have to ask the donor because I had brought the proposal the other way. So that's the challenge that I have.
Thank you. Appreciate your comments. All right, so any further discussion? Anybody have any more answers? Staff, do you need to bring anything else?
I'm happy to modify my motion. So there's a motion and a second.
Well, I think what we're going to do is, I think we'll do item 1 first, and then we'll get down.
Yeah, so my motion was going to be to modify my initial motion to separate out that number 1, and then vote on the second piece of my motion.
Okay, so is that a motion?
That's the amendment, yes.
Is there a second on that, to split them out? Okay, there's a motion and a second. Clerk, do you want to prepare us for a vote? Yeah.
And this is with respect to item number 1.
And no, go ahead and finish. Yes.
It would be the language that is in essence, the language in the staff report under number 1?
Correct.
Okay.
And I actually wanted to ask you, Councilmember Tremblay, a question. would you feel more comfortable if instead of the word endorsement, we do some type of a resolution, or you're fine with the word endorsement? Okay, so then yes, it would be language number 1.
But as a matter of procedure, Mr. Mayor,
Okay, there's a,
make sure that Councilmember Santangelo is okay with the second on that.
well, there's a motion. I heard a second. Are you okay with?
Yes.
Okay,
Along the lines of utilizing what's in.
Yes, what's in
Okay.
That's what I was
all right.
picky about. Okay.
So we have a motion and a second. City Clerk would like to prepare us for a vote on that?
Yes, I'm going to be
item 1?
taking a verbal vote for this. So we're going to
okay.
start with this item 1, so we'll do the verbal vote on that. So Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay, Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
and Mayor Kildee.
Yes.
Okay, that passes unanimously.
Okay, so with respect to item 2, 3, and 4, are there a motion to
So-
go forward on that?
So my motion was to address food insecurity in our community, including our neighbors in the unincorporated areas, specifically CSUCI students and Somis Ranch residents, which are adjacent to the city of Camarillo, by supporting the Ventura County Community Foundation through the Food Hub and Food Share with a match from the Ventura County Community Foundation, in addition to a request of an extra $20,000 to be allocated to Food Share, bringing their total to $35,000. And altogether, we would be asking for a $70,000 investment. So it would be $35,000 for Food Share and $35,000 for Food Hub. I actually know the person who started Food Hub, and I know they do very good work in working with local farms and supporting that workforce and that economy as well. I think one of the major impacts is the economic impact that we have all been seeing, and that's one of the reasons that I would still support the Satiquay Food Hub, the fact that we could get this matched if we go through the foundation. If we give 70,000, it would, or if we give that 50 and it could be matched to 100, I think that's already a win. So that's why I personally feel strongly about going through the foundation.
Is that a clear motion?
Yeah, is that a motion?
Yes, that was my motion. I just repeated it.
Okay.
I feel pretty strongly about going through the foundation as well. I think that really gives us an opportunity to increase our funds, or increase what we're donating or contributing. So I'll second that motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on the floor. Madam Clerk, any further discussion on this?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to be heard on it. And thank you, Martita, for the motion. Susan, thank you for the second. I think we're in a position right now where we're all agreeing, we all agree that city funds should be spent to assist. I use that term. What we're differing on is the means and methods on how to do that. I don't support the motion. I think from a match standpoint, what we're doing is matching would be lovely. I think it would be great, but I think that will sort of take care of itself in time. And in terms of, I do feel strongly that with respect to, we should be focused on people who are in the city. And Martita, I'm not discounting in any way CSUCI students or folks who live at Somis Ranch, but we have a fiduciary, in my personal view, and I'm just one of 5, we have a personal fiduciary responsibility that city funds are going to support city residents, city taxpayers. To the extent that the food is going from whoever it is, Food Share or Satiquay Food Hub, or hypothetically whoever, that's going to city residents, that frees up other food to go to folks in unincorporated areas. So what we're doing is we're basically growing the pie here. That's probably, anyway, but we're growing the amount. So I don't support the motion, and I want you to know why, but let's see what happens with it. But I salute it, and I know it's made in very, very good faith.
Any other comments from anybody?
Sure. I agree with Mr. Tremblay. I think if I recall correctly, Ms. Caldwell said that there is a food pantry that Ventura County Food Share supports at the campus. Is that correct? So they're already addressed if we give the funds to Food Share. And the Somas housing is so close to Camarillo that I know Food Share checks people in, but they don't check addresses, they don't check zip codes or anything like that. So they would be able to go to any of the food pantries that VC Food Share supports or to the Friday pickup. So I also would not support the motion as stated. I would support Mr. Tremblay's recommendation that we donate the money directly to Ventura County Food Share.
Okay. All right, so there's a motion and a second on the floor. Would you
Okay.
like to call for the vote, please?
Yes, Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
No.
Councilmember Tremblay,
No?
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
and Mayor Kildee.
No.
Okay, so that motion fails.
Would you like to make another motion, please? Another motion's in order?
I can make another, well, go ahead. I can always
That's all right,
amend it.
Martita. You
I
want to
can
take a
always
shot at another
amend it.
motion?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I can make another motion. I do feel strongly about funding generously to our, it's called our neighbors. If we can try to fund the $70,000, and I would do both Saticoy Food Hub and Food Share.
I'm sorry, $70,000.
70,000,
How
so it
would
would
you
be
break that down?
35. So the initial was 15,000 for Food Share, so I'm saying 35 for Food Share, 35 for Saticoy Food Hub.
Yeah, back of a second. All right. There's a
And that would be
motion.
through the fund, so we can get the additional match.
Okay. Is there any further discussion on that?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, let me be heard, please. Again, a motion made in very good faith. I'm not criticizing it at all, and from a good heart. I don't support going through the fund, and again, no disrespect to VCCF. I also prefer that we focus on Food Share as opposed to Saticoy Food Hub, because I'm just not as comfortable with Saticoy Food Hub for the reasons that Councilmember Tennyson already articulated. So I'll be voting against the motion.
Mayor, are you in support of the Saticoy Food Hub, or are you only willing to look at Food Share?
On Food Share.
On Food Share, okay. So then I can modify my motion then to remove the Saticoy Food Hub, and that would be, and are you open to it going through the VCCF?
No, I would go,
I meant
oh, I'm sorry.
to the mayor,
No, it would be direct.
independently?
Food
Okay.
Share.
Okay, so then I can modify the motion for a direct donation to Food Share in the amount of $70,000 would be my motion.
Let me ask you this, as long as we're up here.
Sure.
Would you modify that to $50,000? And if you wouldn't, that's...
The reason I feel strongly about that is there are 70,000 people living in the city of Camarillo, and I feel like that's like $1 per resident. And I think during a time of crisis, it's important to be generous.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I'm hearing a lot of
Yeah,
conversation
we're
out in the
in
audience, and I really
deliberations here,
don't
please.
appreciate it, because it's making it more
so-
difficult for me to listen to the
Yeah,
conversation.
yeah. This
Thank
is,
you.
we're in deliberation now. So you're at 70,000 because of the, basically about 70,000. residents.
70,000 for, specifically for Food Share.
Okay.
Mhm.
All right. There's a second? Okay. There's a motion, a second. Any other further discussion on that?
Yeah, I'd like to be heard on the motion. So, to repeat it again, it would be $70,000 to Food Share directly.
Correct.
And that is an increase over what I had originally proposed. Would you be amenable to attaching a requirement that there be like we do with all of our community service groups, when we provide funds, that there's a certification that these funds are being utilized on behalf of Camarillo, City of Camarillo residents. And number two, that the organization, and it's already said this, and I certainly believe Ms. Caldwell, that there's no distinction made between recipients in terms of immigration status.
Yes, and I think if we need further information, that could probably be brought to the Finance Committee, where we usually look at grants. But yes, on the limitation.
I would want to know if
Yes.
you're willing to amend the motion to make those as that the certification as to those two items a condition.
Yes, I think that was my intent since that other one had failed. So it would be to limit it to Camarillo residents, $70,000.
Limited to Camarillo residents.
Right, because the other motion had failed.
I guess I have a question for Jennifer then. I mean, does food share check addresses of people?
No, we do not check
So
addresses.
how would we?
And if I could just make a clarifying point, because I think a common theme that I've heard is that we want to serve the residents of the city of Camarillo, and the funds, we want to make sure the funds do that. By directing the funds through VCCF as they are your donor dollars, you could designate that then VCCF as the fiduciary pass-through, designate the funds to food share specifically to be spent in the city of Camarillo. So they would be designated dollars. They would be restricted dollars. I would owe my CFO a six-pack by doing that, but they would be restricted dollars per how the donor designates them, if that helps.
May I make a suggestion?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, you can ask suggestion.
Why couldn't we do that with sending the funds directly?
You could,
to
and
food
you could
share?
also still do that. We would
And
just
again, no
lose out.
disrespect to VCCF.
No, we would just lose out on the matching dollars.
Well, I don't know that you would lose out on matching dollars. It would be a different, excuse me, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah,
No, I'm really trying to be patient with the people
This is how
talking in the-
government
in the
works here. We're in
audience.
deliberation.
One of them
So
sitting right in the
please
front
give
row.
us an opportunity to deliberate, please.
The point
Okay.
is that I don't know that it really, you lose out on, I think you still have the opportunity for matching funds, but originally what I had anticipated is I made a $50,000 suggestion, which eclipsed food share's ask by 22,000, so you wouldn't have to be concerned about that matching fund.
I can understand that, absolutely.
So, okay.
Councilmember Tremblay, so I think we do miss out if we go independently. That's my understanding. Unless we go through VCCF, it's through their donors that they would bring to the board. That's how, I understood it or no?
I mean, obviously, I think in all fairness, I want to make this as easy as possible. Obviously, we love food share. We're going to continue to raise funds. I will, I just really I don't want to cause division. That's not the goal. The goal is obviously to help people. So I promise you, we will pound the pavement for food share, for the Satakoy Food Club Hub. If you give directly to food share, that's fine. If you give directly through the fund, obviously we have a matching right now. But are we going to continue to raise funds for food share? Absolutely. So I don't want you to feel, for me, I just want it to be whatever works and brings everybody together is the best thing.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My focus was on it from a transparency standpoint, not that VCCF isn't transparent. I just wanted it to be a direct donation.
I have a suggestion. Go ahead, David. Do you want to?
I don't disagree, Mr. Tremblay, but I know that Food Share does not track addresses. Food Share isn't going to ask for zip codes or anything like that. And I think what we've done on past grants is we ask for an estimate on the number of Camarillo residents that are served. And I think that's what we could ask for. And that's what we got tonight. I think Jennifer said that 8,000 people were served in a year in Camarillo with Ventura County Food Share. And that's the kind of information we asked for during the application process. So I'm happy with that amount of information coming back, an estimate of how many Camarillo residents. I don't care if we feed people from the Somas you know, as people said, we may have geographic boundaries, but that's still part of Camarillo. They shop in Camarillo. I don't mind supporting students at Cal State Channel Islands. I was a hungry student once, a whole long time ago. So I'm not quite as concerned about them certifying to us this is only going to Camarillo residents. I'd be happy with them continuing to estimate. And I know that Jennifer would be willing to come back each and every year to give us a report on what Food Share does in the city of Camarillo and our surrounding area.
No, I think that's the point that I was going to make. If the maker of the motion be willing to, obviously, City of Camarillo residents, but not limit it completely to that, because there's no way that we could do it, but they could come back with the statistic of how many Camarillo residents. I also would recommend that the maker of the motion also state that this is a one-time expenditure of funds.
I can mention that, and I agree with what Councilmember Tennyson said in terms of, I mean, that was my initial motion in terms of incorporating the unincorporated part, which would be CSUCI students specifically, and Somis Ranch. And so I don't know if I need to repeat the whole thing, but you're not comfortable going through ECCF, or you are now for the match?
I want to do a direct match if we're going to do it.
Okay, so
I mean, a direct contribution.
so not get the match, not get the match. Okay, so then as the maker of the motion, I can
Restated.
I can restate that I can support the. Were you open to the 70,000?
Well, I think you're going to have to throw it out there, council member.
Okay, so then I will do the $70,000 for Food Share, and in the geographical areas defined, which was City of Camarillo specifically, and unincorporated CSUCI students specifically, and Somis Ranch, and to do that independently.
And my
second
second
on
will
that?
still stand.
Okay, there's a motion and a second on that. Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes,
you
Ms.
were-
Tremblay.
You were going to add, at the last motion, you also said that there's no distinction being made in terms of recipients, in terms of their status, correct?
Correct. I think that's
Can we add
Food
that?
Share's policy.
Well, I just would
But
like.
yes, we can add that.
You'd be willing to add that?
I can add
Susan,
that.
you willing to second that? Yeah. Okay.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, can I make a comment? before I
You
vote?
certainly can,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Having listened to the conversation, I'm persuaded, and I can go ahead and support it.
All right.
Because it would be good, I think it would be really good to have this council, if we can, have a 5-0 vote. I think it sends a message. So, okay.
I want to ask Councilmember Martita, was that also in your motion? This is a one-time expenditure of funds?
Yes, it can be a one-time expenditure. For
So
this.
with that,
Second that?
you can second that? Is there any other further discussion?
No.
We have a motion, we do have a second. Would you prepare us for the vote, please?
Okay, Councilmember Martinez Bravo,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Tennyson,
Yes.
Councilmember Tremblay,
Yes.
Councilmember Santangelo,
Yes.
and Mayor Kildee.
Yes.
That passes.
Okay, thank you, all council, and thank you, everyone, for being here. Council, I'm going to ask, are there any closed session report or anything you need to bring to our attention now?
Yes, we did go into closed session on several items. We need to return on item OPV Coalition versus Fox Canyon, so we'll need to recess back into closed session on that, but there's no other reportable action.
Counselor, will there be any reportable action after we get out of closed session again?
I don't know.
Am I able to adjourn this meeting in the memory of?
We still have to recess, but you
Okay.
can indicate
Can
that
I
it will be
indicate that
adjourned.
right now?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
So with that, we're in recess, but when we get to adjournment, we're going to adjourn in the memory of James Mather. So with that, we're in recess.
Thank you.
All right.